Can he take the chance? Yes, he can. Finally.
It's double 18.
Going
It's the
on the
perfect
fifth
9
leg.
dart, and he's been
Daryl
threatening all day.
Pilgrim.
Ah, brilliant. Double 16.
Yeah, that's been shorter than
Absolutely
a second.
wonderful from Mark
Mark.
Dubridge.
Again, another opportunity. It's
Shot
top
on the
for
third
Osborne,
leg.
and it's a
Colin
topless
Osborne.
finish.
For a favoured double 18.
shot on the
And how
fourth leg,
big
Lisa
a game
Ashton.
changer could that be for Lisa Ashton?
Double 14. That's a lovely
that's
start
been
to
short
the
of the
leg and a
first
lovely
one.
finish to the
Neil.
leg from Neil Duff.
Good afternoon. Well, for the mere mortal amongst us, just finding one double in a leg is hard enough. But for these hardened warriors, they're going to have to find two as double trouble continues here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Thursday means the business end of the week is about to begin. And Group C is our centre of attention this afternoon. Joining us for all of the action here in Portsmouth is Mace the Ace, Chris Mason. And Chris, 3 days now, just want to get your overall assessment of double trial. When something new like this comes in, of course, there's observations and thoughts on both sides of the coin, but how have you felt it's gone so far?
Yeah, I think you just look at the feedback from the players and they're enjoying playing something new. We've got a proven winner in this format in Robert Thornton, who incredibly didn't get through Group A after seemingly to be there or thereabouts on top of the table throughout the group, but shows how tough it is. But the players do enjoy a new challenge. Yes, it's a short format, but the good thing with that, if you are struggling a bit, you're not out there too long.
No, because it is best of 5 legs over this format. Right, we're at the midway point of the week. Let's show you the tournament bracket because we saw a dramatic end to Group A yesterday where Jim McEwen, by the skin of his teeth, made his way through. The top 3 players were all tied on 18 points. McEwen making it through on legs difference on Steve Brown and Robert Thornton, who'll be back tonight. They'll be joined by Connor Scott, James Wilson and Conan Whitehead. Our focus this afternoon is on Group C, where Kevin Painter, Mark Dubbage and Neil Duff have dropped down, and Lisa Ashton, Daryl Pilgrim and Colin Osborne will join us for the afternoon session here in Portsmouth. Now, an interesting dynamic as far as this Group C is concerned this afternoon, Mace, because you've got players who played 3 days. We've got players like Sir Colin Osborne who've had experience in the World Grand Prix in the past. But for Daryl Pilgrim and Lisa Ashton, this is unknown territory for them.
Yeah, but they're proven winners on that stage, and of course, Lisa, a proven winner on the world stage. So I don't think they'll be too concerned about it. The only disadvantage from being in Group A is you've got less time to sort of get used to it, but they're so experienced. I think they'll just slip into it and really enjoy it.
And of course, Lisa's in some good form as of late, as you know all too well. How much could that actually play a factor in all seriousness?
Well, it should do, because the one element of her game which was very good for the entirety of the tournament was her finishing. And of course, it's the doubles that get you going in this one, and then the legs. So I think she'll go into it with some confidence. But like I said, it may take her a round or two just to get up to speed with the format. It's not a format she's ever played before. Where in a lot of men's leagues, there is double start, especially in Bristol, where obviously Mark Dubbage and Steve Brown play. I think there's 2 or 3 leagues still there that play double start format.
So is it a surprise that when we have a look at the outright betting now that she's at the bottom of the list, as high out as 11-1?
Yeah, I especially how well she played in the World Seniors, pushing Colin McGarry all the way in that semi-final. I think they may be basing it on how good Daryl Pilgrim is, and what a shock it was that he didn't get a tour card. Never mind be able to still play here. I think he's good value at 11-10. I think he's currently playing at a slightly higher level than anybody else in the field. It's not an opinion; it's a fact. We can break all the stats down and have a look at all the data. He's the best player in this group, but the double start's a great leveler, and it might not play out that way.
It'd be interesting to see. Right, it's always my favourite time when I'm sat in the studio with you, mates, because it is bet builder time. It's time to see whether you agree with this 7-1 free-fall. Match 180s over 0.5. Ashton Painter, our first game. Duff Pilgrim, 0.15 handicap Pilgrim. So that'd be to win 3-1 or better. Ashton to get the better of Duff. Yes or no for you?
It's okay. I can understand why the punters have an interest in these bets. These, of course, are the bets that have attracted the most interest on the exchanges. I think there's so many things that can go wrong. I think Ashton Painter has the potential to maybe go 6 legs, so there's every chance for that one. I don't like the Duff as highly as I rate Daryl Pilgrim. Let's not forget Duff's been on that stage and hit big averages. He's already had 3 days to get up to speed with the format. I'm not quite sure about that one. And again, Ashton versus Duff. Ashton at 6-5. They're looking for some value there that may not be there. They could all well land and land comfortably, but as a combination bet, not something that I'd go for personally.
18 plus, begambleaware.org if you fancy beating the bet builder and beating Mace. I suppose there'll be some
I want them to win. I hope I'm wrong and they all come in.
Spider-Man pyjamas on order. Right, let's get into our first game of the session. It sees the four-time world champion Lisa Ashton in action. She made it through to the semi-finals of the World Seniors Championship on Saturday, beat some decent names in the process as well. She takes on Kevin Painter, who's been here from pretty much the first start on Monday morning following his quest at the Tavern, which was ended at the hands of Jim McEwen. And early on this morning, I caught up with Lisa to get her assessment of what's been a whirlwind week for her.
Lisa, welcome along to Double Trouble. How much are you looking forward to the next couple of days?
I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah, it's something new, so it's interesting.
Away from this, how much double start play have you played in competitions or tournaments?
I've never played it before, so it's something new. I'm really looking forward to it.
You made history on Sunday at the World Series. You're actually going to make history today because you're the first ever female player to play in a televised double start match. You just keep breaking the records.
I'm happy to do that, yeah. I might not have much time left, but you've got to do it and take it.
Let's talk about the World Seniors of the weekend. It was a fantastic tournament for yourself. Made it through to the semi-finals. Got oh so close to making it to the final. Just sum up the weekend in your own words.
Oh, it was brilliant, yeah. I was happy to just get some form back and to get to the semi-finals. I couldn't ask for anything better and nearly get to the final. Just ran out a bit of steam, but that's just build myself up, but I'm so happy with it.
How much can you take that confidence into this week?
Hopefully a lot. Yeah, it's boosted me up. I needed that, and hopefully I can keep going and keep progressing forward and hopefully get there.
Because I suppose as well for yourself, it's that progression again. Obviously, we know we had the surgery at the end of last year, so it's good to see you back in top form again.
Yeah, it's slowly coming back. Yeah, my arm's doing good. I keep pushing it. My health's getting better now. So hopefully both of them all click together and I can have a really good week.
You're feeling close to 100% then now?
I'm getting over 50 now, so yeah, I've still got work to do. I've still got to progress in that. So hopefully every game I play, I build on it. So hopefully get to 100%.
Well, I wish you all the very best this week, Lisa. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, myself and Mace have made the journey from the studio to the commentary box to watch the first game of the afternoon session. The first of 25 we're going to be bringing to you over the course of the next 12, 13 hours or so. We kickstart with the two outsiders to go on and win this Group C. Kevin Painter quoted at 17-2, whilst Lisa Ashton 11-1 to take the spoils in this group. These two both played at the World Seniors Championship at the Circus Tavern in Purfleet a few days ago. Kevin Painter getting the better of Jim McEwen just about in the end in a pulsating first round encounter. As for Lisa Ashton, well, she came within a couple of legs of making it all the way through to the final of that competition, which was won in the end by John Henderson. And many congratulations go to him. And as we mentioned in the interview, history for Lisa Ashton, become the first ever female player to play in a double start format. As far as how she's going to kickstart her legs, double 20 will be her first line attack and will switch to 16s. Now, she hits the 16s with another dart left to go in the scoring phase. She will stay on the 19s, whereas Kevin Painter has been inclined to go double 16, but starts on 19s, Max.
Yeah, I think Kevin just plays how he feels at that given time. He goes from double 16, which he was super efficient on yesterday for a spell, and then tops, and now starting on 19s, which I'm not quite sure what the idea is behind that.
57.
And if he starts treble 19 and goes treble 20, treble 20, he leaves 3-4-3, which you can't do in 6.
Well, Lisa Ashton admitted in her interview that she's never played double start before, so for the mere mortal amongst us, Mace, what's the biggest difference playing double start than single start, apart from the obvious?
Just the added pressure that if you're throwing second, your opponent gets away big, you've got to get away dart 1, dart 2, but follow it with a big treble.
41.
Or you're constantly going to find yourself maybe a throw or a throw and a half behind. It's just the added pressure.
140.
Well, that is mightily unlucky. That spat in and spat out of the treble 19 there, but she was mentioning that treble 19 might be the basis of her play this week. It's certainly not been the case in the first leg. First to a finish.
85. Lisa, you require
And it's got
125.
6 and 125 to wrap up the opening leg. And a reminder, if you have just joined us this week, the format is best of 5 legs.
Yeah, best of 5 and double in, double out.
23.
Double trouble. Kevin would love to find a 137. There's 80 of them. Treble 19 leaves tops.
83. Lisa,
There's
you
just been
require
a couple in this
102.
first leg that has veered waywards for Painter. 82 left for Ashton. Treble 14 leads tops,
82.
which dips below, and so
Kevin, you
Painter
require
does have a break
94.
chance.
And KP had a torrid time in Group A for around about a day and a half before stringing 4 games together. He was going for treble
47.
16 for
Lisa,
double
you
10.
require 20.
So Ashton to take the first leg
Yeah,
out.
that's
Double
game seven,
10
the
is
first one.
pinned, and
Lisa
Ashton
Ashton.
moves into a 1-0 lead in this match.
Yeah,
Second leg,
hold
it's
a
Devon
throw
to throw
and a
first. Game on.
fairly low-key opening leg. I say it will take her a bit of time just to get her head around the format
78.
to the point where everything just feels comfortable. This time though, Kevin getting away with dart 1.
32.
Both players away first visit. Wasn't the case in the previous leg where it took Ashton 4 darts, Painter 5 darts to get off the
95.
mark. She also finds as infectious as missing doubles at the end of legs are that it can be the same case at the beginning of a leg.
125.
Yeah, you can fall into that trap. But of course, the beauty of this one, especially if you're a player that maybe plays down the side, which is mathematically the best option, because unlike at the end of a leg, you have to hit a particular double. Any double
52.
will get you going in a double start format. So say you pick 13s and you pushed into double 4, you're still away, or pulled into double 6,
44.
you're still away. That's why if you like double 16, that's probably the best option. Ultimately, double 6 is the ideal if you prefer that side of the board.
60.
If double 11 if you prefer the other side of the board, because you've got the extended target area vertically.
44. 60.
No trouble there for Painter. Has opened up the door here for Ashton if she can find a couple of trebles here.
100.
One needs to want to
Devon,
finish,
you
both
require
on 156.
156.
2 treble 20s. There's one of them, and lots of room. Double 18. Whoa,
That's
how
game
about
short in
that?
the second leg. Kevin Painter.
The 156 out for Kevin Painter levels things up.
Third leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Memory, I think that may be the highest finish of the week.
60. No score.
Just hit the double 18 for a 156 and 2 darts at it to get off. I couldn't
100.
find one of them.
Well, it's the first time in this match that players actually had a bit of room for manoeuvre at the beginning of a leg. Both have kind of gone off at the same visit as one another. And it's even more
58.
imperative when you're against the darts to get off first visit.
Yeah, just trying to transfer the load of pressure.
140.
Better leg this from Lisa. 60 away, followed by a ton, then a 140.
60.
It's got the time that she so wants to move into a 2-1 lead and to put her on the brink of a first win.
139.
In terms of average numbers, how much would you say does get deflated over the course of a match on an average?
43. Lisa, you
I
require
think someone
62.
did some kind of mathematical analysis on it, and off memory,
46.
I think it's around about 10 points.
$96. Lisa, you require 16.
But I'll have to. I do have that written down in some notes somewhere that I made prior to this week.
Well, Ashton's had to go all the way across and
8.
almost found a way in. That third dart just kissing between the two and then coming out into the single 8.
55. Lisa, you require 8.
I can have a quick look at some of the running numbers for the players for the last 12 months, and I've got a 3-day sample in terms
4.
of running averages for the players that played in Group A, and I'll just compare and contrast.
28. Lisa, you require 4.
Going to be disappointed there because an opportunity to put real
That's
pressure on
good.
Ashton,
Another
who now
third
moves
one.
into a 2-1
Lisa
lead.
Ashton. Forward Laggards giving the throw first. Game on.
Painter for the second time in this match, or first time of
118.
asking.
Well, both of
36.
Lisa's hold of throw have come in exactly the same amount of darts, 22.
$140.
Here comes the Painter report. Just having a look at Ashton's doubling in this match. Only in the first leg has she not got away in the first visit of a
60.
leg. But when Painter has got away, he's got away first time in a visit by and large.
96.
And has got all the time that he wants to mop up this 147 to take us all the way to a deciding leg in the first match of the
140.
session.
Giving you require 147.
Wanted to pot the red, but he couldn't screw back.
57.
Time on his side, fortunately.
$133. Giving you require 90.
So, Painter left on 90. Ashton on 132. So Ashton is going to get a poke at this
38.
132.
Lisa, you
This is
require
for the match
132.
and for the first win of the group. Well, that's just a bit below the bullseye. So Painter's going to come back for 52 to send us all the way
Giving you
to a
require
deciding leg.
52.
Tops a Painter.
Yeah, that's
And we
good
will
for
go all
forward
the
line.
way to
Kevin
a
Painter.
deciding leg in this first game of the session. Ashton 2, Painter 2.
Yeah, and there's some
Fifth and
symmetry
final
here.
leg, it's
2
Lisa
holds
to
to
throw
throw to
first.
Painter,
Game on.
both in 18 darts. 2 holds to throw for Lisa, 22. So you would think, Kevin,
41.
against the throw, as long as he gets away nice and quick here, we'll have an opportunity.
And does get away. Both players get away.
43.
First visit.
The problem with that double 19, it's that massive adjustment all the way back up to the treble 20. Maybe even better off staying down on the 19s
96.
with dart 2 and 3 if he does it with dart 1.
Well, it's what we're seeing with Lisa. So she hits the double 16. She'll move across to the 19. So she's staying in that line of attack.
It's almost the same weight of dart.
85.
But Painter's not really
100.
much advantage of that. And so Ashton in control of this last leg. But that's more like it from Kev. And when the first dart hits the top of the bed, bedfellows tend
121.
to follow.
At this level, you're certainly looking at around a sort of a range between 5 or 6 points on their seasonal numbers in comparison going for double start. But I think very much at that elite level, sort of thinking of the World Grand Prix, which is the obvious comparison, I think it's around about
92. Lisa, you
can
require
sort of
90.
take 10 points off where you'd expect them to be.
Double 15 for the match for Lisa Ashton. Goes
75.
inside, and so Painter,
Gary, you require 160.
who's already had a 156 in this game, is looking to wrap it up with a 160. Another one of them, and that's perfectly sacked. Tops of the match for Kevin Painter to seal a 3-2 victory.
140.
Gives Ashton another chance.
Lisa, you require
Would
50.
have been a great start to his campaign. Oh, wow.
13.
Chances have
Gavin,
come and
you
gone for the
require
Lancashire Rose. She
20.
shakes her head solemnly. Painter hasn't led at any point in this match. Until
Good
the
shot
point
and
it
a match.
matters
Kevin
most,
Painter.
when the finishing line approaches and Kevin Painter gets the better of Lisa Ashton in a last leg decider by 3 legs to 2. Ashton had led 1-0 and 2-1, but Painter coming up clutch in the end. A 156, a game changer in amongst it as well. So Painter with the opening honours of the day. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Colin Osborne and Neil Duff in action. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Kevin Painter got the better of Lisa Ashton in a last leg decided by 3 legs to 2. Painter, who hadn't led at any point of the match until right at the very last, picks up the first 2 points of the group. Next up for us, Colin Osborne up against Neil Duff. Duff was involved in Group A, dropping down the Group C, whilst for Colin Osborne, he is here at double start week. An intriguing game, and maybe a game where on paper it doesn't feel like a lot would separate the two.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's very much a coin flip of a game. The odds compilers priced it up. Osborne 4-5, Duff 10-11, and that sort of echoes that feeling. Neil Duff over the course of 3 days averaged 80. His seasonal number is 86, so there's that number of 6 again. It'd be interesting to see Colin Osborne's approach. Experienced, of course, over this format. Played in the Grand Prix many times. In fact, I played him in the Grand Prix. Don't ask me what year because I can't remember, but I do remember playing him in the Grand Prix.
Do I ask the result?
I won.
At least you've beaten somebody in this group.
Whee.
Well, at least I've left it till game 2. I've been nice today.
How did you do in the Grand Prix, Henry?
Never lost a game.
There we go. That's what happened when I buy you Fortnite pyjamas for Christmas.
Well, this is our second match of the afternoon session. The other two players in this group, Darryl Pilgrim and Mark Dudbridge, we'll see them in game 3. They've been part of a pairs special event, which we'll show you on the Super Series YouTube channel in due course. Won't give any trade
First leg, it's
secrets
call of the
away.
throw
Yeah, make
first.
sure you
Game on.
subscribe whilst you're watching the MODUS Super Series and hit that notification bell and you'll get an alert when we not only go live but add new content. And while you're there, do us a favour, give us a thumbs up.
100.
Osborne's attack, he told me yesterday, is tops every time. And Duff is very much similar there. Doesn't tend to switch even if the bed is blocked.
No score.
Case in point there. Neither plays. I'm not getting off the blocks there. It took Osborne to his second dart to get off and underway.
59.
I am surprised that we haven't yet had the eventuality that somebody's forgot to get off the blocks on a double yet this week.
80.
Yeah, I was surprised it didn't happen once, especially when it got really tense, because that's when sometimes you can just be so zoned in on the match itself, you forget about going for a double.
85.
Yeah, World Grand Prix. Wow. 2007 we played in round 1.
90.
My goodness. 17 years ago. How does that happen?
Time flies when you're having fun, Mace. Or something like that, isn't it?
100.
Osborne first down to a finish. He's going
Calling
to
you
get
require
6 on
157.
157 to complete the opening leg. And it's going to need the full quota.
59.
However, Duff's in a position of 191 if he can crank in a couple of trebles to really put the pressure on the 98 of Osborne. Even one
57.
keep him
Calling you
honest.
require 98.
Yeah, I expect Neil to do okay in this group. We've sat in the commentary box on many occasions on the weeks that Neil has played, and he does tend to play himself into
33.
form over the
Neil, you
course
require
of a
134.
week-long campaign.
Well, it's no surprise that his 2 weekly wins here have come when he's played the full week.
94. Calling you require 65.
Osborne 65 for the opening leg. Well, if he says he wants to start on tops every time, it was no surprise he went 25 first dart there.
Double 11, I think. Yeah, it is double 11. That's treble 9. 43 scored, leaves 22.
So this is the difference of the double 8. You've got to think about it with a double 8. It doesn't matter what you hit. Doesn't matter what
that's Kingston in
Osborne
the
hits.
first
It
leg.
goes to
Go
goal.
on,
He
Osborne.
apologises anyway. He leads 1-0.
Second leg is Neil to throw first. Game on.
Neil Duff finding tops, dart 1. Imperative he holds throw here
60.
in a race to 3.
But have a look at the G-up of Osborne in the background. Yes, Duff went off first time of asking, but the 2 subsequent darts were a bit wayward.
40.
And Osborne gets off last dart of the first visit. Pretty much level pegging.
60.
And now you get the sense Osborne will smell a break opportunity here.
Absolutely.
41.
Although Colin is another player. When I look at the stats from his previous visits here at the Super Series, another one that tends to build up a
100.
head of steam within his own campaign.
Well, it helps if you throw them in the ball, Cole.
When you do a Gezi Price and just pick it up and slam it in the treble. Nearly.
96.
If Duff levels this game up, Colin will be a
60.
bit frustrated that maybe he would have let an opportunity pass him by a little bit here. That's more like wizardry in motion.
180.
First max of the day.
Shame wasn't in the last match.
85. Colin, you require
Did
144.
tell you I didn't like it.
Well, Osborne would love this if the 144 goes. First one wayward, so Duff's got an opportunity now on 136 to square this game up and win a piece, and he may
94.
have to take
Neil,
it
you
out,
require
otherwise his
136.
throw may be lost. And because it's so cutthroat best of 5, a break here for Osborne,
96.
he's suddenly within
Colin,
the
you
brink of an
require
eye,
50.
throwing for the match. Five left, treble 15. 1-2-2 or 3-1, what's your thinking?
No
Not
score. Neil, you require 40.
Oh, Duff's been living a bit of a charmed life in this leg. But
35.
he cannot find the
Colin,
winning
you
double,
require
and so
50.
Osborne now has to go back to the start.
Yeah, I'll give this a bit more attention. Gets the 10 this time. Nowhere near the 15.
Yeah, that's game. So
A
then
pin
a second
stops
lap.
for 2-0.
Colin Osborne.
Bit of a charmed match at the moment for Colin.
Third leg, it's Colin to
The
throw
unusual
first.
checkout in
Game on.
leg 1.
Third leg in succession, Osborne's got away first visit of a leg.
60.
Both times on throw so far, he's got away second dart. And for a second leg in a row, Duff's gone away first dart. But for a second leg in a
50.
row, he's got away first dart and then languished into the 5s.
Yeah, it's making that adjustment. Do you know what? I think when you watch the World Grand Prix, you see so many
95.
players that like double 16 going straight to the treble 19 as the switch once hitting the first double.
99.
We're going to see the group favourite and favourite to win this week. Up next, Darryl Pilgrim facing Mark Durbridge.
44.
I think after today, that 11-10 may look huge.
60.
I don't think Darryl would have seen anything thus far to give him any kind of concern.
But at the same time, is it also, because he's not played this format before, about how he
60.
settles in the format as well, possibly?
Yeah, I think he's just in such a good place at the moment, and he's just playing at a better level.
140.
Duff just upping the levels in this leg, threatening the break back. I would love to sneak another one in there.
140.
Manages to do
Neil,
so
you
as
require
well.
152.
This could be to save the match. It's not going to go. And so Osborne returns to 102 for a 3-zip victory to kickstart his Group C
116.
campaign.
Colin,
Great
you
visit
require
from Neil Duff.
102.
Triple. Wow, opts for the ball, the smaller target.
62.
That's
Neil,
okay
you
when your
require
player's not on a
36.
finish.
Offers Duff a lifeline. 2 9s. Just resets himself. And it's
18.
opportunity squandered
Colin,
for
you
the Duff
require
man.
40.
Osborne back for tops of 3-0.
6 at a double for Duff. None
Big
found.
shot.
No such
Man of the match,
issues
Colin Osborne.
for Colin Osborne, who hits 3 from 5 and is doubling off. Wasn't too bad either. So it is Colin Osborne who wins the opening match, 75.15. Neil Duff actually with a higher average despite missing 6 darts at a double. When we come back, the Group C favourite and the favourite for the week, Daryl Pilgrim, will be facing Mark Durbridge.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Colin Osborne got the better of Neil Duff by 3-0. And stepping up to the Oki now, the favourite to go on to not just win this group, but to go on and win the title, Daryl Pilgrim, who in 2023, his reputation was beset before him, hit the highest ever average here at the Super Series, 122.62 against Denny Older-Coulter, hit a 9-darter, average 118 and lost. But how's he going to cope with the double start format? We're about to find out. The 36-year-old from South Croydon, perhaps the biggest surprise as far as Mr. P was concerned, was he didn't pick up a card at Q-School a couple of weeks ago. He takes on Mark Durbridge, who's been here from the outset of the week, the 51-year-old from Bristol, who was run up in the World Championship in 2005, has had runs in the Grand Prix before in his career, can flash, will make a dash in Group C.
Well, he's going to have to find a slightly higher level. We've seen moments from him, and he was sticking in, and we often hear the word integrity in our sport, and well, he
First
showed
leg,
plenty
it's
of it.
Donald
He was
the
playing his
first.
great pal in the final game of the session on Wednesday, and had Steve won that game, he would have won the group. But credit to Mark, he gave it absolutely everything, and it's
71.
good to see.
As far as both players' game plan is concerned, Pilgrim will start on double 16 at the beginning of legs. Durbridge tops, but will not be afraid to, as you can see there, deviate to the 18s if there is a block bed.
Yeah, plan B's been double 18 for Mark all week so far.
140.
Pilgrim must have been doing some studying, Henry. I'm watching a bit of the Grand Prix.
100.
Ashton said that's the intention, but she hasn't had the opportunity to do it yet. Pilgrim, the first player this week to make the 16-19 switch. I've also been told that if the 16s don't work, the game plan will be to move up to the northeast
96.
corner of the board and to move to 18s to kickstart legs. And he's got off to a perfect start here. The 11 to 10 group favourite, as May said. Actually, Mark Dubbridge is the second favourite of the Oscar pilots to win the group at 9 to 2.
140.
That's mainly on the back of how well he's been playing on that World Seniors Tour. 9 darter not too long ago, of course, the first one on the World Seniors Tour, and he's been putting in some numbers.
140.
Looking at Pilgrim's numbers for the last 12 months, he's averaging over 92, and if we use that rule of, say, 6 points, which seems to look about the kind of
90.
number at the moment,
You require 54.
if he averages 86, that would be, in terms of a running average over the course of a couple of days, that would be around the Jim
14.
McEwen numbers, and well, that
Mark,
was for
you
a
require
14 and a
135.
15 darter.
Well, Dubbridge's been playing the kind of darts that would have saw him won legs in the previous match. He's only going to get a dart at the bullseye here for the break in the opening leg. And that first dart was a real obscurer.
Yeah, it took a massive deflection. Tops for Darrell.
Yeah, that's
Comfortable
Kingston in the
enough,
first
16
lap.
dart
Darrell
leg.
Pilgrim.
But if we actually break down the numbers a little bit more, and the first
Second
9
leg is
averages is going to be
Marco
something that's going to
first,
be really intriguing
Demon.
to watch, and we've been comparing them over the course of the last 12 months of both the players, and there is a bit of a chasm. Darrell Pilgrim's first 9 average is 101.39, Dubbridge 94.37. So what we mean by that is, in terms of scoring power, Pilgrim should be a visit in front in legs if he gets away first time, like he does there.
Well, that's what makes double start a great leveler, because
108.
those first 9 dart numbers, of course, incorporate in the fact that it's a flying start.
$41.
Pilgrim so far perfect in getting away. Maybe Mr. P really does stand for Mr. Perfect, and he's beginning to really push. I know that we're in the middle of leg 2, but in a best of 5, we could be coming towards a culmination very quickly. He's averaging 107.5.
45.
Although this week don't count towards the official Super Series statistics, he could break the
96.
5:41 mark here if he's not careful. He's left 1:17 after 9, 3.5 minutes on the clock, and 106.2 average. This is why he's the favourite.
134. Darrell, you require 117.
Well, there's a possibility of a 12 darter. He'll just be content enough
57.
to set it up.
$59. Darrell, you require
For 14
60.
darter. He had threatened a 14 in the previous leg.
Double 10
40.
on the wire. Fortunately, it was such a prolific leg in the starting and scoring department. He will be back at double 10 for back-to-back 16 dart
43.
legs, which
Darrell, you
equates to an
require
average of
20.
well, pretty much 94.
2 5s, but he may split it because Dubbridge isn't on a finish. Double 4 for a
that's
2-0
Kingston
lead
in
and
the
the break
second
of
lap.
throw.
Darrell
And I think the worry as well for the rest of the group is everybody else is kind of averaging around the same range, kind of mid to low 70s.
Third leg
Pilgrim
is
here,
Darrell to throw first.
88.41, 2-0 to the goods.
Yeah, and that's with 6 missed darts at a double.
But he hasn't missed a double to start a leg yet. That double
71.
16's come up a treat.
Hence his average is so good. There's no wasted darts. Apart from
No score.
at the end of the legs.
And the problem is to be competitive with Pilgrim in that kind of range, you've got to get going first time yourself. And Dubbridge 3 darts, 5 darts is how he's got away in the first 2 legs of this
58.
game, and he's yet to get off the mark after the first visit here. And against Fro, you can ill afford that. He gets away 4th dart this time.
$120.
Gets him back in the leg. Darrell trying to put him back out of the leg and does with a second max.
180.
I just wonder whether people who may have put an accumulator today on Daryl
85.
Pilgrim to win all 5 may be just smiling a little bit, having a look at their betting slip.
Would be some achievement in this format. Well, the 180 leaves double 6. Treble 16 will leave 24.
136.
That leaves him 56.
Well, Dubbridge has just been
60.
hit by Haymaker
Darryl, you
blow after
require
Haymaker blow
56.
here, and he may be put out of his misery very quickly. As Pilgrim goes for double 18 for a
Rim
3-0
shot and a
success,
match.
and he
Darryl
has
Pilgrim.
put the rest of this group on warning. A 3-0 victory for Daryl Pilgrim inside the space of 7 minutes, and he has done it with an average of 93.94. That's the equivalent of 48 darts to complete that 3-0 victory over Mark Dubbridge. 3 from 9 on terms of the finishing doubles, but he got away first dart every single leg. So Pilgrim, the player to beat, that is something we can say is a fact now. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Kevin Painter and Colin Osborne go toe-to-toe in the first game of round 2. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth. This is the MODUS Super Series, and this is Double Trouble, where the players have got to start and end a leg on a double. One of our special themed weeks here on the south coast. We've already seen one round's worth of play in Group C this afternoon. Kevin Painter, who's just retrieving his practice darts, got the better Lisa Ashton by 3 legs to 2. Colin Osborne throwing there, a 3-0 victory against Neil Duff. And before the break, we saw Darryl Pilgrim put in the performance of the session, 93-94. And he got the better of Mark Dudbridge by 3 legs to 0. Truly showing why he is the 11-10 favourite to go on and win this Group C. And here I was sitting here around about half an hour ago saying, how is he going to settle into this double start format? Well, he's given us a more than emphatic answer.
Giving the throw first.
Yeah, never in doubt for me. Only element of his game which you could be critical about was the finishing, the starting, immaculate, as was the scoring.
38.
Painter again going for that tack of starting on the double 19.
No score.
As I mentioned earlier, these two know each other very, very well. Former
140.
practice partners. Used to travel a lot together. Will know each other's games pretty much
No
inside
score.
out. They've certainly played each other a few times over the years. In fact, in official PDC competition,
100.
27 meetings.
Well acquainted then.
And Colin Osborne leads the head-to-head
43.
stats, 16-9 with 2 draws. Not sure where the
140.
draws would have come from. I think that may well be a bit of an error.
Championship League, maybe?
140.
Yeah, quite possibly. I was just trying to recall the format of that.
That could be another theme week here where it's 2
85.
points a win, 1
Giving
point
you
for a draw.
require 80.
6 legs,
Yeah, you play all 6.
point a leg. This could,
Absolutely.
could be a point on the board for
That's
Painter.
Kingston in the
Indeed it
first
is.
line.
1 Hilly leads.
Gavin Painter. Second leg,
Spending
it's
money
got on
again,
the
Mason
throw
sat in the
first.
comms box
Game
together.
on.
I think that format could work very well here. 6 legs, point a leg. I think on average, in our
120.
normal format, the average scoreline's 4-2. So, in terms of time,
40.
don't have any points for winning. It's just the accumulative points tally in terms of legs won
100.
over 3 days in Group A and 2 days in Group B and C. That works.
And you think about the amount of markets that'll add as well, because you can have the handicap scores, the actual leg scores, as well as match result, win, lose, draw, and it's not quite the week we spent 2 million, but
60.
I do want to get your take on Painter's tack at the beginning of the leg. He missed the double 19 a couple of times and then went straight up the other side of the board to tops.
85.
Yeah, I think he'd be better suited going for double 16. I said there was a spell yesterday where he was starting on double 16 and he rarely missed it. A lot of it will
100.
depend on the couple of hours practice where they would have been going through the routines of starting. And if there's one particular double you feel like you're hitting a lot,
180.
that will become your
Calling
default
you require
route
121.
in the early stages.
That Max has piled the pressure on this 1-2-1, which isn't going to go. And so Painter, opportunity now to break the throw, open up a 2-0
Calling you
lead,
require
and
100.
thus throw for the match. It'd be our third consecutive 3-0 win with the throw if it was to be the case. Tops.
that's
He's
been
actually
short
found
on the
3
second
doubles
lap.
to win this leg.
Kevin Painter.
Painter leads 2-0.
Yeah, not missed a
Third
double
leg,
on
it's
the
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
end phase of a leg. It's averaging 91.09 at the moment. Kevin Painter.
No score.
Ironically, he hit 2 doubles to win the last leg. He can't find one to start this.
And that's
40.
the jeopardy of double start.
$118.
Just get the sense that this double
100.
trouble format could be a prestiged format within itself, aside from the Super Series, because we've seen the clamour, we've seen the numbers and the comments and observations
83.
across social media, and you just get the sense this would be an event that players actually would want to play. And I've spoken to players who played in recent weeks. They said they would love the opportunity to have played in a double start event.
Yeah, I think there's a one-off special.
59.
The players are enjoying it. They're having fun with it. And, well, those watching will get those vibes.
140.
No one thing. Kevin Painter's enjoying this one right now.
Averaging just a shade under 90 in this game. 2 out of 2 in terms of the finishing doubles.
58. Kevin, you require 160.
To wrap this up in double quick time.
Yeah, make it 2 from 2.
100.
Remember, this is a player that lost 8 on the spin in Group A. Before winning 4 on the spin. And that positive momentum has carried over as I suggested it may.
100. Kevin, you require 60.
Tops. Shovels across. And
Game
finds the
shot,
target.
and a
And
match,
Painter
Kevin Painter.
is 2 from 2. He survived a scare against Lisa Ashton, but this was comprehensive against Colin Osborne. A 3-0 victory, an average of 88.5. 3 out of 4 on the finishing doubles. And in terms of starting off the match, well, he got it under his belt in the first visit of his first 2 legs and the 4th dart in the last. He gets the better of Osborne by 3 legs to 0. Dubridge and Ashton follows this. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've got a little bit of double trouble here at the Live Lounge this week. And that's not just because me and Chris Mason are in the commentary box together. Before the break, we saw Kevin Painter get his second win of the group, getting the better of Colin Osborne by 3-0. Osborne not even getting a dart at the outer ring at the end of a leg in that one. Next up for us, Mark Dudbridge and Lisa Ashton, both looking to get their first wins on the board. As far as the odds compilers are concerned, Dudbridge goes off the 1-2 favourite, Ashton 6-4. How do you see this one going, Mace?
First leg is Mark to throw first.
Well,
Game
last time out, Mark averaged 69.87, Lisa 74.9, and she missed 12 darts at a double at the end of legs.
No score.
So I think that average has been massively deflated.
No score.
Just felt like there, Lisa was unsure what to do after the first dart. Maybe that unsureness was the reason why she pulled into the 7. Dudbridge underweight.
Well, Mark would have been
37.
playing double start for over 30 years. So he's well accustomed of, if dart 1 don't go in and it's a blocker, run
No
for
score.
instant cover, and his instant cover is that double 18.
You can tell Dudbridge means business, because for the first time this week he's ditched the long sleeves underneath his shirt.
Yeah, that's,
100.
I think that's one of those compression vests, isn't it? Just to protect the throwing arm, which he's had many, many years of problems with.
108.
I suppose it should be mentioned as well that he played the World Seniors last week. He's probably not played this amount
60.
of darts in this amount of time for a very long time.
Yeah, absolutely. And he'll be feeling it.
57.
More often than not, adrenaline will drag you through any kind of situations you find yourself in. Both players struggling
60.
right now in leg 1.
Interesting just watching the way Ashton's approaching the scoring visit. Sometimes she'll just go straight down to the 19. Sometimes she'll head up for tops. Or the top of the board, shall I say.
60.
Looked like she settled down quite nicely in the game against
22.
Kevin Painter, but hasn't tended to be the case so far in this one. But despite that, Dudbridge hasn't made kind of the inroads that he would have liked in this first leg.
81.
Although a fairly decent lead.
56. Mark, you require 103.
Tops.
83. Lisa, you require 158.
Well, this would be some way to spring the Lancashire Rose into life. The 158 isn't going to go, and so Dudbridge will come back for double 10
94.
upon his return. That
Mark,
second
you
dart was
require
in the
20.
single as opposed to the treble. 2 10s for Dudbridge.
Yeah, that's game
1-0 flash leads.
Mark Dudbridge. Second leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on. '89.
So Ashton away, first visit this time around. Not been many legs, actually. Credit goes where credit's due, where
40.
neither player have gone off first visit today.
58. 41.
Both players, of course, played at the Seniors World Championship. Ashton, within a couple of legs of
83.
making it through to the final. Interesting reading some comments from Steve Beaton earlier on today. He's going to be joining the Seniors Tour in 2025, and we saw the changes that are going to be made at the start of next year, where it's going to be based on a
57.
ranking system as opposed to a number of invitations. And I suppose a lot of credit that's got to go down to the players who play in the floor events. The standard of those
45.
have led to those changes being a preeminent feature from 2025.
Yeah, I don't think you can expect someone to play on a tour and not get their opportunity to play. So in one way, it's a good thing, but
100.
in another, it's going to be tough for a lot of the senior players to have the time to commit to a tour.
96.
I was adamant last year I was going to play as much as I could, and I was just too busy. That's not going to be the case for everybody, but I think the issue they have, the prize money
99.
on offer
This
in
year
the
require
big
130.
TV event, which is 50,000, the winner is more than adequate, but lower down at tour level, I don't know.
91.
I don't know. I don't know what the answer is either. But ultimately, you've got to have a fair and equal ranking system for players that do support the tour. But we're not talking about any normal kind of tour. You're talking, this isn't amateurs. These are ex-professional players, and to then expect them to go back on tour, the reason they've quit is because they've had enough of touring. Well, that's okay. If she would have hit the double 16.
Mark, you require 41.
That was almost the funniest way I've ever seen a 39 taken out. Double 16.
That's game
The
shot
2-0 and the break of throw.
Mark
Dubbridge throwing for the match. Lisa Ashton just throwing her hands a little bit, maybe feeling a little bit of the cold up there.
First.
Yeah, they reduced the field for the Worlds to 24, and it's being played over one less day. I'm not sure that. I'm not.
No score.
It's all about knowing your market, and in any business. Some of the decisions I get, the others I'm not sure
40
about. I mean, you're not going to get Steve Beaton on the tour, are you? Not going to happen, is it?
Of course, you have any observations, questions you want to send in to us on the commentary box? Well, the handler...
How many did Phil Taylor play in the last 3 years? Tour events?
80.
0. If you do have an opinion about anything darts, then that handle, that strap on the bottom of your screen there
100.
by the scoreboard at MSS Darts is where you send that into. Myself and Mace will get into some of your comments, your thoughts over the course of the day. We'll discuss and debate. Keep them fun, keep them
26.
clean.
Talking of darts, the Premier League rolls
45.
into Geordieland this evening. So a double delight of darts. That's usually over around about the time we come on air. So it's a real marathon day of darts for you.
40.
I'm sure Glenn Dart's going to get a good reception in Newcastle tonight.
60.
Not a big fan of Teesiders up there. Yeah, a few of our team are up in Newcastle tonight for that.
99. 100.
Ashton Verton puts her first to a finish. What can Dubbridge do by way of response?
$121. Lisa, you require 156.
Well, Painter hit this against Ashton in the first game of the day, but she's not going to hit it
60.
herself. And so Dubbridge,
Mark, you require
who's already missed the ball for
135.
135 today, has the opportunity here to take it out for the match. And for what will be a 4 consecutive 3-0 victory for the player throwing first.
75. Lisa,
Left
you
himself
require
60 if he
96.
returns for the match. Ashton 96. This is very much in her wheelhouse because double 18 is a favourite of hers.
78.
But not on this occasion.
Mark, you require 60.
And so Dudbridge is back for a 3-0 win. Should be 2 at tops. And it's going to be. 2 10s.
40.
Doesn't go.
Lisa, you require 18. That's game shot in the third leg. Lisa Ashton.
An opportunity. Not
Forward leg,
taken
it's Lisa to throw first.
for Mark Dudbridge, and it is a breaker throw. So we're effectively, well, we are back on throw.
16.
Well, since that first leg where Lisa had a few troubles getting into a leg, she's started in 2, 3 and 3, and Dudbridge also getting off the mark in the first visit of a leg.
60.
And in terms of the scoring phase of the game, both level in terms of ton plus visits. Basically, this game is extenuated from that
45.
first leg where Lisa struggled to get out.
$59. 60.
Both players unable to find the lipstick.
$60.
The woes continue.
And Dudbridge with a sense opportunity there, trouble there, and he would have taken the darts.
100.
That's a big last find on the treble bed for Lisa, but Dudbridge with another couple of trebles will have full ascendancy of this fourth leg.
$81.
Just feels a little bit cagey.
135.
That leaves Lisa first to a finish. But she was 2-0 down in this game, looking to send us to a last leg decider for the second time today.
Lisa, you require
Lost that in the end to
145.
Kevin Painter, led 1-0 and 2-1 in that match.
This one is really in the balance.
22. Mark, you require 141.
Could go ball.
57. Lisa, you require 123.
Both desperate just to find that one treble. Treble 18 would have left ball. 86 left. Treble 18 for double 16.
55. Mark, you require 84.
May well be just a solitary dart at the ball for the match. Or better still, 2 at double 12. Sixers.
72.
More match darts.
Lisa, you require 68.
Lisa seems to be struggling with the temperature on stage.
36. Mark, you require 12.
Trying to get some heat into the hands.
Well, she may feel the heat now. If Dudbridge can find double 3, that would have equated to a second defeat in 2, but she gets another go at double 16 to level this game up at 2 apiece.
That's game shot in the fourth.
And in it goes.
Lisa
And for the second time in succession, Lisa Ashton takes us to a last leg decider.
Fifth
It
and
is
final leg.
Dudbridge
It's Mark
that has the
first.
darts in the
Game on.
final leg. And could it just come down to that simple fact? He's away first dart.
$101.
Backs it up with one treble.
$16.
Dudbridge getting away in this game has been a bit like a Thunderbirds parody.
140.
5-3, 4-2-1.
30.
Well, credit where credit's due for Ashton. After that first leg where it took her 7 darts to get away, she's got away in 2, 3, 3, 3. So she's been getting away first visit of a leg.
57.
But the scoring power since has deserted her.
96.
Both players have been struggling with the 2 treble visits. 171 incoming.
Mystic Mace.
140.
He will more than take that.
121. Mark, you require 63.
Put the hammer down in the most crucial leg as Mark Dudbridge. 2 12s. For a 3-2 victory against the Lancashire Rose. He had led that game by 2 legs to nil before Ashton brought it back to a last leg decider. But it is Flash who picks up his first points. As far as Lisa Ashton is concerned, that is now 2 defeats on 2 for the Lancashire Rose. Some double trouble at the beginning of the game and in terms of the finishing as well. But Dudbridge gets over the line by 3 legs to 2. The final game of round 2 is Duffy Pilgrim. Yeah, why don't you come and join us for Saturday night at the darts here at the MODUS Super Series. We're here 50 weeks of the year at the Live Lounge. And if you head over to dartshop.tv, you can come and join us for one of our fabled finals nights. And, well, if you want to get yourself in early for Champions Week, well, mark the date, Saturday the 25th of May down in your diary. It actually could be quite the sporting day because you could watch the FA Cup final down the Boozer and then come down here for Champions Night at the Super Series.
Make a weekend of it.
Absolutely. Congratulations to Scott Taylor for picking that particular title up on
First leg,
Saturday.
Neil to throw first.
£20,000 better off. But who's going to be better off following this one? Pilgrim, winner 3-0 in his first game. Duff, loser 3-0 in his first game. There couldn't have been two further contrasts
No score.
to their first game. Darryl Pilgrim has played 4 legs so far. He's at double 16 first dart in all 4 of them.
71.
Yep, super efficient. He was super efficient,
No
wasn't
score.
he? In his opening game of the week.
$139.
He carries on like this. Players will struggle to win legs, let alone matches against him.
No score.
After how many darts in a leg without hitting one target would you think about moving to another?
Ooh. I think I'd give it a couple of throws before bailing.
81.
Don't think we've seen a whitewash so far this week in a leg. This could be the closest we get to it.
No score.
Because Pilgrim on 210. Duff hasn't got out the traps after 4 visits and he had the throw first.
$95.
It can happen, of course. We've not seen anyone get the dreaded brush, and it's not going to happen here either.
90. Darryl, you require 115.
115 to take out this first leg against the darts. Jabber 19 would have left the subsequent double. Interestingly enough, Neil Duff in one leg has thrown 4
59.
times as many starting doubles as Darryl Pilgrim has all day.
$100. Darryl, you require 56.
218's Pilgrim's Dream.
Yeah, that's
And 1
clinches on
nearly
the
leads.
first leg.
17
Darryl
dart
Pilgrim.
breaker throw. And it could have been so much less as well.
Second leg, it's Darryl to throw first. Game on.
Well, surely he's due to miss one to start a leg at some point.
No score.
Did I finally get one right? I think the players have reversed roles in this leg.
120. $36.
Although it wasn't going to last long, was it?
$36.
Well, the get out of jail free card for Pilgrim is that scoring we've seen a example of. You never feel really safe if you're within 180. You always feel that Pilgrim can get pretty close.
140.
Although that's a super reply.
You just get the sense that the 5 dart head start Duff got over Pilgrim. He's got to be at the very least 140 in front of him.
Yeah.
94.
Because he's pretty much evaporated that head start pretty much straight away. That trouble with the second dart could be the most crucial dart Duff has thrown in this leg so far.
92. Neil, you require
To level up at 1-1, and this will be the first leg that Daryl Pilgrim's conceded so far this week.
Double 11.
102. Daryl, you require 142.
He hit this 142 in that incredible week that he won, but he's not going to find it here. I'm sure he hit it to win the week.
82. Neil, you require 22.
Not the nicest double on the board, but he
that's
finds it.
closer than a second leg. Neil Duff.
Break back, 1-1,
Third leg, it's Neil to throw first.
as we
Game
were.
on.
Duff now getting underway. First dart in both the subsequent legs since that.
120.
Growing in confidence.
He's doing it again.
71.
5 out of 6 legs Pilgrim has kicked off first dart.
$45.
This is the point of the leg where Pilgrim really does get stuck in. Really does put it upon his opponent.
180.
2-1-8 in his opening match. First of this one.
100.
Rest of the ascendancy again.
$140.
They must be the worst players to play. Those types of players you think, maybe I've got a chance, I've got a sniff, and then they just take a leg away from you.
95. Daryl, you require 110.
On for a potential 12 dart break here. Double 18 for 110 and a
74.
2-1 lead.
Neil, you require 141.
Wasn't a million miles away, was it?
Phil Duff needs this just to keep himself in the encounter. Double 12 for 141. That is absolutely superb from Neil Duff. There's a rueful shake of the head, but he'll be delighted on the inside. He leads Daryl Pilgrim by 2 legs to 1.
Game on.
Pilgrim now throwing to stay in it, having missed a dart to win it, or to put himself a leg away.
Yeah, real classy finish.
146.
Well, that's effectively the maximum start when you start on double 16.
No score.
And on throw away first time. Duff hasn't got out the blocks in this leg yet.
$59. $36.
Away 6th dart of the leg, Neil Duff.
$125.
Pilgrim is scoring like a Trojan right now.
Even
a max doesn't really do any damage.
No, he's still 124 adrift plus these. Yeah, again,
95.
Daryl Pilgrim averaging into the 90s.
This is world-class form over this Grand Prix format.
Requires 76.
We'll be lavishing praise if we were talking about the top pros over these types of numbers. 2 8s. Oh,
No
he strayed
score.
the other side. He just can't miss double 16.
Even when he doesn't want it, he hits it.
$100. Daryl, you require 76.
Take 2. Tops the destination.
36.
Doesn't go.
Neil, you
Duff's already
require
taken out a 141. He may have to take out the 144 here. So Pilgrim to
60.
take us all
Daryl, you
the way
require 40.
to a deciding leg. He wants tops. He
That's
finds
Jameson
tops.
in the forward line.
And we go all the way
Pilgrim.
once again. The results so far today over the 6 matches have either been 3-0 or 3-2. There's been no wiggle room.
Fifth and final leg. It's Neil to throw first. Game on. $40.
Duff away, but just in this last leg. Pilgrim again. First start, double 16.
71.
It will get boring when we say that once.
$43.
But Duff has not made the advantage of throw count in that particular scenario. And so Pilgrim here can really rub Neil's nose in it.
140.
People often ask, why is the double start a
99.
great leveler? Well, Neil Duff's averaging 70. Darryl Pilgrim nearly 20 points more, but we've got a game on our hands. That is the beauty of double start.
79.
We can see disparity in averages in matches before, but it really does give you that element and ability to maybe not be at your
99.
best, but still win. It's timing.
More than any other format, it is only a guide.
$87.
He'd love another one here. Finds another one.
140.
His
Darryl
scoring when
Unicry,
it's mattered, Neil Duff, has been
124.
absolutely immaculate. He took that 1-4-1 out a couple of legs ago, but Pilgrim for a ton top of his own to win the match. Triple A team would have left a dart at the bull.
56.
And so Neil Duff,
Neil
who has had to
Unicry,
wait his
80.
time and bide his chances, should now get a dart to win the match. He's going to get 2 at double 10. 5s. Huge intake of breath. Huge
shot
dart
in
at
the match.
double.
Neil Duff.
And Pilgrim is sank. Neil Duff with a 3-2 victory over the group favourite, who for so long looked in such a good position. But that 141 in the middle portion of the game swung it in the Duff man's favour. Both players had 6 darts at a double to end a leg. Duff took 3, Pilgrim took 2, and ultimately it all boiled down to that, because as you can see there, a massive disparity in the averages, 13 points to be exact. Although a lot of that is probably down to the fact that Neil Duff took 4.5 visits to get out in the first leg. Coming up after the break, Kevin Painter and Mark Dudbridge will be on the stage.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, where we've seen an intriguing afternoon of darts here at the MODUS Super Series. We're in the middle of our double trouble week, where there's been some troubles on the doubles, although I suppose that's part of the game, isn't it? Well, in the middle of that first portion of the session, we saw comprehensive victories to Colin Osborne, Darryl Pilgrim, Kevin Painter, and it looked like Pilgrim was going to run away with the ascendancy as well, but lost out before the break to Neil Duff by 3 legs to 2. Duff hitting a real crucial 141 in the middle portion of that match to put the game in his favour. He wins 3-2 in that one. And that means everybody apart from Kevin Painter is pretty much conjoined by the hip as far as the league table is concerned. Lisa Ashton, the only player to have lost both her games. Kevin Painter, the only player to have won both of his games. And he took out this 1-5-6 against Ashton. It was a game very much in the balance. Ashton went 1-0 up and 2-1 up in the match, but Painter's finishing was on point, and so it is he who takes full advantage as far as the group is concerned, which is quite a contrast to his form early on in the week, where he'd lost each of his opening 8 matches as far as Group A is concerned, and now he's certainly changing his fortunes and is eyeing up a place on Saturday night. Mind, this is first of 2 sessions they're going to be bringing to you today. We'll be back at 10 o'clock tonight for Group B, where we've got some real exciting players in amongst the mixed likes of Connor Scott and Conan Whitehead. Watch out what they're about to do. But we're about to watch Kevin Painter in action now against Mark Dubbridge. And I know Mace has been enjoying the peace and quiet, but I'm going to stop that for a few minutes. I'm heading to join you, mate.
Thank you, Henry. There's no such thing as peace and quiet here at the Super Series. But this is the first match that's involving 2 players that were in Group A. And it is Kevin Painter up against Mark Dubbridge Monday. Mark got the better of KP, 3-1, 3-2 on Tuesday to Mark Dubbridge before Kevin Painter got a little bit of a revenge on Wednesday, winning 3-1 himself. A good day so far for Kevin Painter, winning his opening match 3-2 against Lisa Ashton, then backing that up with a 3-0 win in impressive fashion against Colin Osborne. 3 out of 4 on his doubles, an average of 88.41. Mark, by comparison, went down 3-0 to Darryl Pilgrim.
158.
But did bounce back, but it was a scrappy old affair against Lisa Ashton, but he eventually fell over the line 3-2. So Painter
120.
currently unbeaten for the day.
Some start to this one from the pair.
90.
But Painter is the type of player that no matter what happens in a Group A of the week, he can put it behind him quite quickly.
59. 100. 100.
Flying start from the pair. Painter, though, first to a finish on 153. Isn't going to go, and so Dubbridge will get a poke at the 142.
$68. Mark, you require 142.
Isn't going to go, so Painter 85 to hold throw in the opening leg.
$90. Kevin, you require 85.
20 and ball. The bullseye for Kev.
60.
Does it go, and so
Mark, you
Dubbridge has
require
the break
52.
chance. 2 in hand, a double 16.
Yeah, that's game shot in the first
14
leg.
darter for Mark Dubbridge to kick this game off. He leads 1-0, and
Second
following
leg,
that,
it's Mark to throw
Dubbridge
first.
drubbing by
Game on.
Pilgrim. Beat Lisa Ashton 3-2 and is up and running in this game. May move across to the 18s here.
No
Indeed
score.
he does, but that to no avail either. Once again, that treble 19 being a real
78.
friend to Kev. And look, and that's what this double in format is about. It doesn't matter what double it is, as long as it gets you in the leg, it doesn't matter.
Absolutely.
No score. $140.
It was a strong opening leg from Dubby in leg one, a 14 darter.
No score.
May take it 14
Yeah.
darts to start the leg.
Strange, isn't it?
$59.
It feels like Mark Dubbage is struggling to start this leg in 2024, whilst Kevin Painter started this leg in 2023. But he's up and running 10th time of trying.
$80.
Yes. Previous for this kind of thing.
$60.
So look out if he piled in a max.
You know he's capable of. He actually
Gavin,
holds the
you require
record for most maxes in a
164.
match in this competition, 7 against Wes Newton last year. What do he went on to win that week?
Scores for show, doubles for dough.
82.
I know that more than anybody after Sunday.
$57. Gavin, you require 82.
To square up. 66 left, but doesn't really matter with Dubbage all the way back on 3 or 5. He can plot his own route here,
42.
and he'll plot his way up to tops upon his return.
$93. Gavin, you require 40.
2 10s.
Yeah, that's
To
game to
square
the
us
second
up
leg.
at 1
Gavin
apiece. It's a
Painter.
breaker piece. And the opening
Third leg,
echelons of
it's
this
Gavin
one.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, Painter's been perfect in getting off in the first 2 legs. What's he going to do in leg 3? Well, he's gone from double 19 over to double
No
17,
score.
then up to tops. Maverick moves from the artist.
Anyone will do. Get down the side. That's the safest route.
No score.
Dubby having a look around. It's incredible, isn't it?
158.
But there was no way he was going to miss the second
60.
dart there, considering how good the lie of the first was. But Painter making a more sizable chunk of the darts after hitting the double in.
135.
Once he's got going, this is strong from Painter. 158 followed by 135.
He effectively had 5 perfect darts from starting the leg, didn't he?
140.
And that's made the massive difference in this one.
$100.
Oh, we got the flamboyance of Connor later, haven't we, in Group B? Be interesting to see his
100.
routes.
Gavin, you require 108.
Obviously starting on the double 19 isn't conventional.
$92.
Good recovery last dart, leaves himself double 8 upon his return.
96. Kevin, you require 16.
Put himself a leg away from what would be 3 victories in 3, and it would really, given the ascendancy in this Group C table,
8.
doesn't go.
Mark, you require 105.
Which has been restricted when it comes to opportunities in this game, and it's another one above the ton mark here for Flash. Still on. Triple 18 Bull. Oh, this would be flashy. Flashy,
just
Dubby.
came short in the third
It wasn't by
one.
way
More
of
judgment.
design, but it's pinned nonetheless, and Dubbridge leads 2-1. How's your luck,
Forward
Kev?
rackets, Mark the throw
Unbelievable.
first.
You can see the
Game.
shake of the head. He cannot believe it. It was an incredible recovery.
If you don't laugh, you're going to cry.
$60.
Painter goes first time again. That's the third time in 4 legs he's got away first start.
78.
Dubbridge in this game has either got away quickly or struggled to start a leg. The scoring power from Kev has
140.
been absolutely superb. That's his 4th throw of 140 or more.
$99.
But it may well be in vain.
$180.
How key could that max be there from Painter? Leads himself first to a finish.
78. Kevin, you require 103.
To send us all the way to a last leg decider again. It'd be the third game in 3, that'd be the case. 2 12s. That's
88.
wild, that's wide. The cry of, oh wow.
Mark, you require 130.
Well, this could be that. He's already found the bull on the back of a ton plus combination in this game. He wants it again to win the match.
105.
Wow. Certainly give it a scare.
Kevin, you require 15.
2 4s to take us to the brink.
That's game
And
then
to
the
a last
forward
leg
line.
we go.
Kevin
14 dart breaker throw for Kevin Painter to send us all the way to a deciding
Fifth and
leg.
final leg. It's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I think a 3-1 defeat would have been a bit harsh. 2-2 for me is about right. Kevin, though, still averaging over 10 points more than Mark.
98.
And another strong start to a leg.
Dubbridge has to get off this throw. Does first time of asking.
120.
Taking the ascendancy after the first round of throws.
$140. $100.
We saw Dubbridge do this in the last game against Ashton where he put his foot down in the last leg. Is he doing the same here?
45.
Well, first player to blink is KP.
Bit of a pull with the second up.
Yeah.
Good recovery of the third.
Yeah, got a bit of shoulder in there, but slammed in the treble 20 with dart 3 to take him down to a finish of 160, which we saw Kevin Painter go very close to.
60. Mark, you require 160.
Well, he's left double 19 if he gets a couple of trebles, if he comes back.
Well, he started with a 158. Can he finish with
57. Kevin, you
158?
require 158.
No is the answer. Even he knew the slight irony that would have been involved with that shot.
98. Mark, you require 103.
For the match, he's had to hang in for large swathes of this encounter, Mark Dudbridge. But he's not going to get a matched up.
41. Gavin, you require 60.
To keep up his perfect record.
Game shot.
It is 3
and a match,
wins from
Kevin
3
Painter.
for Kevin Painter to kickstart this Group C campaign. The artist is painting a very pretty picture for himself. At the top of the table, 4 points clear of the rest of the opposition. He's got the better of Mark Dudbridge by 3 legs to 2. Dudbridge with that 105 really asks questions of the artist, but it is Painter who prevails by 3 legs to 2. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Colin Osborne and Daryl Pilgrim go toe-to-toe. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Kevin Painter has kept up his 100% record in Group C, but just getting the better of Mark Dudbridge by 3 legs to 2. Dudbridge taking out a 105 to keep the game going, but it is Painter who picked the points up. Next up for us, it is Daryl Pilgrim up against Colin Osborne. Before this group got underway, Colin Osborne was a 11 to 2 shot to go on and pick up the honours in this group. He finds himself third in the table. Him and Pilgrim both picking up 1 win from 2 thus far. And it is fair to say that when we look at the numbers and we look at every single metric, Pilgrim has been by far and away
First
the
lag,
player
it's Colin the
of
throw
the day.
first. Game on.
But performances don't pick up points, and that was a case in point against Neil Duff last time out.
Absolutely.
$120.
Lovely start from Colin Osborne on the throw.
Well, if it's not the first time of asking, it happens
89.
very swiftly after as far as Daryl Pilgrim's concerned. That's only the second leg that Pilgrim's played so far today where he hasn't got off first time.
83.
First time of asking.
Yeah, he's been incredibly consistent so far.
And it's kind of been at this part of the leg as well, hasn't it? Where
45.
he's got away in the first visit. He hasn't done this time, but the second visit, he really puts the hammer down. He puts in either a 2 treble or 3 treble visit. And almost suffocates his
100.
opponents as a consequence of it. And it's Osborne who's made the better of the opening running here.
$57. $55.
And one of them would leave him on the fish.
140. Calling you require 143.
For 1-0 lead. Both players on big finishes, but finishes nonetheless. Osborne is going to take out the 1-4-3, and we know the fish is in Pilgrim's wheelhouse.
Absolutely. He's done it. More than once.
64. Daryl, you require 170.
Can he reel it in? Not this time.
134.
But he is going to do the next best
Calling
job
you
and
require
set it up
79.
to perfect degree. Which means this double 11, you sense, has to go for Colin Osborne. Because look where
68.
Pilgrim
Daryl,
is
you
sat.
require 36.
That was just the scoreboard pressure, wasn't it? Forced an error.
Yeah, that's game shot in the first leg. Daryl Pilgrim.
Daryl Pilgrim punishes.
Is Daryl Pilgrim a
Second
player
leg
now that
is
could be
Daryl
getting to
throw
the point
first.
where
Game on.
he could have players beaten or psychologically in turmoil because of his reputation?
Absolutely.
108.
In again. His stats going in are phenomenal so far today.
60. $140.
And yet again, case in point, gets away first visit, and then the second visit, he really puts the hammer down. He puts in a big score.
140.
But Osborne keeping pace with him.
$100.
Just consistently leaving finishes after 9, something we maybe didn't see as much of in Group A. We saw it at times, but not to this kind of level.
140. Daryl, you require 153.
Well, it's around this time that we start to see the players move into top gear. Got over the initial nerves and just start to play some of their
Calling
best
you require
stuff.
161.
And yet again, we're seeing Daryl Pilgrim producing big numbers.
43.
He's averaging
Daryl, you
102
require
here.
16.
And he's
Yeah,
2-0
that's
up
game
with
shot
a
in the
minimum of
second
fast
leg.
14
Daryl
darts.
Pilgrim.
The average 96.97. Colin Osborne's averaging 87 himself,
Third
which in
leg, it's
pretty
Colin
much
throw
any other
first.
game today
Game on.
would have given him more than a fighter's chance. But he hasn't even had hardly a look in this game.
Yeah, he's put in 11, 12 points on his previous numbers here.
No score.
Death taxes Pilgrim in first dart.
111. $63.
Be disappointed with the last dart there, because I was going to say the only saving grace for Colin is the fact that he did throw first. So if he could get him first dart the next visit and go big, he'd keep himself in the leg. But Pilgrim's racing away now. You can see the finishing line in his sights.
85. $60.
I know a player will be playing later, they'll go 3 bullseyes for this. Actually, I know 2 players they'll be playing later, they'll go 3 bullseyes for this.
60. Daryl, you require 150.
Just for a moment there, Henry, I seen him look down and I thought,
98.
oh no. He's trying a Whitlock.
Business like he knows there's a job to do. Averaging over a ton.
95.
101.23
Daryl, you
the
require
average.
52.
Double 16 for an
shot and a
absolute
match, Daryl
clinic.
Pilgrim.
An average of 100.2 for Daryl Pilgrim to get over the line against Colin Osborne. It was over in the space of 45 darts. It was over in the space of 6.5 minutes. That is as good as it gets over the Grand Prix format for Daryl Pilgrim. Missed just 1 dart at double getting into a leg. Missed just 2 darts at double ending a leg. That was almost unplayable for Mr. P. Coming up after the break, Lisa Ashton takes on Neil Duff. Yeah, you're not beating that over a double start. Welcome back to Double Trouble, where there's been no problem so far for Daryl Pilgrim. An average of 100.2 before the break and a 3-0 success against Colin Osborne. Doubling in, nigh on perfect. Doubling out, nigh on perfect. And Mr. P is keeping close charge to Kevin Painter. On the other side of the coin, Lisa Ashton's the only player yet to pick up a win so far today. And it is imperative that she does so now, because defeat to Neil Duff would leave her 4 points behind both Duff and Pilgrim, who would themselves be on 4 points in second and third position as far as the group is concerned. And Lisa has lost out both her matches 3-2 And it's just been timing on points has kind of been a downfall.
Yeah, a defeat here, and
First leg, it's Lisa to throw
she's
first.
on the verge of
Game on.
almost in an impossible situation this early, because if you
No
look
score.
at those at the other end of the table, especially Darryl Pilgrim, who has lost a match, but he is on 4 points.
100.
Where do the defeats come for him? He's the least most vulnerable player.
No score.
Where, if you look at Kevin's results, yes, he's perfect, but 3-2,
60.
3-0 against Colin, fair enough, and then another 3-2.
And let's be honest, part of the reason behind
89.
the Duff win against Pilgrim was some big moments from Neil Duff. That 1-for-1.
Was key. We often look at matches, especially the
100.
short course format that we generally play here. This is shorter than normal, of course. Those keys to victories could be just the odd moment like that.
59. $60.
Best of five is a format where if you're not careful, you can panic pretty much on the first dart.
Yeah, it's different in Group A, but you've seen the effect. Kevin Painter, a perfect example, just
38.
couldn't get a win on the Monday, no matter what. And that spewed over into Tuesday, didn't it? Until he eventually picked up his first win, and then he got on a bit
22.
of a roll. And then yesterday sort of consolidated that and just picked his way through the day, but experienced enough to think,
44.
right, reset mentality, we go again today. And Lisa's problem is she'll be constantly looking up thinking, right, I need to get a win. And
59.
her next game up is against Darryl Pilgrim. And then she finishes off against Colin Osborne.
There's no such thing as an easier game, but there's harder games.
21. Neil, you require 100.
Duff's got all the time one could want. Tops.
Yeah, that's
And
games
the
for
one
the
element
first leg.
of
Neil
Lisa's
Duff.
game that has been so good of late is the finishing. 2 from 12 in
Second leg, it's
Match
Neil to
one.
throw first. Game on.
2 from 10 in match 2. She needs to really
36.
half them kind of numbers.
Straight for tops this time round.
120.
And an encouraging start. Something to build on.
$55.
And building she is.
140.
This is more what we expected from Lisa.
If two legs could tell two contrasting stories, the first two legs for Lisa Ashton would be the case in point.
121.
Last game, of course, was our
41.
first 100-plus average of the week in this double trouble format. Prior to that, it was a 99.20 was the
77.
previous highest from Group A winner, Jim McEwen, who's safely through to Saturday night's final.
57.
Just that one visit could leave herself a little vulnerable. Although that big 5 will not please
85.
Neil Duff, but
Lisa,
does
you require
recover.
143. $81. Neil, you require 127.
127. No game.
59. Lisa, you require 62.
To square, I'll put one apiece. It's going to be one dart at top, so Lisa Ashton.
22. Neil, you require 68.
Duff wants to target that
Yeah, that's
Ashton's
game
just
shot in the
missed, and
second
Duff
line.
makes no
Neil
mistake.
Duff.
2-0 he leads. Interestingly, just having a look at the
Third lag is Lisa throw
stats
first. Game
for
on.
the World Grand Prix in the PDC. In all of its history, for the first time in 1998, a ton plus average has been achieved 20 times, of which, shocker, Phil Taylor is responsible for 9 of them.
Yeah, and the highest
63.
ever average in the Grand Prix is still held by my pal Alan Warner. Little. He was Alan Warner then.
108.
There's not many stats that last the test of time like that, so credit's got to go where credit's due.
Yeah. What was it? 100 and, is it 106.45?
100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$42.
Highest losing average, 97.78. Dave Chisnell in the quarterfinal of 2018 against Michael Van Gerwen. That was back when Van Gerwen was in
95.
beast mode.
And that's harsh to lose double start with a 97.
I think the one that impresses me the
100.
most is 103.02 from Phil Taylor in a semi-final over 7 sets. That's the one that impresses me more than anything else.
Yeah, that's remarkable.
Poor Richie
55.
Burnett on the receiving end of that one, who I'm sure we're going to see here this year and is going to be good fun.
Yeah, for sure.
81.
Well, Ashton may have to go fishing here, otherwise she may well be defeated once again. The 170 isn't going to go, and so Duff is back for 53 for a 3-0 win.
94. Neil, you require 53.
Tops seal it.
Game shot.
Tots
and a
does
match.
seal it for Neil Duff. 2 wins from 3 for the Duff man. As for Lisa Ashton, she is yet to get off the board in this double trouble week. For Duff, well, an average of 76.42 in terms of starting leg. He did so first time of asking in every leg. We're going to take a break. When we return, we're going to be watching Mark Dubbridge in action against Colin Osborne.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we completed 3 rounds of play in this Group C session. We've been watching all the action in the company of Mace the Ace, Chris Mason. Right, let's have a look at the results from this afternoon thus far. It's been a real intriguing afternoon. Lisa Ashton losing out 3-2 in her first couple of games, but beaten by Neil Duff before the break. But the player who's been perfect so far has been Kevin Painter, the only player to have picked up 3 wins from 3. Dale Pilgrim's been another impressive performer. Right, let's analyse the afternoon so far. And look, there's only one place to start, and that's to talk about the league leader, Kevin Painter, who's 3 wins from 3 so far. In the first game, had to ride his luck a little bit, but since then has looked comfortable enough.
Yeah, just a different mentality. If you'd have looked at him after Monday's play, he was distraught, wasn't he? Couldn't find a win. That sort of continued on Tuesday until he eventually picked up his first win, and then started to string something together. Wednesday consolidated that mentality, and then got off to a winning start today. And he looks a different type of player now. He's in a good position to qualify. He's
such a dangerous player. Once he gets his nose in front, whether it be a game or group, he's so hard to reel back in.
Yeah, and he plays on his confidence. He's that type of player. It's not saying he doesn't have the ability to fight back, but he needs that positive energy. He needs something to feel good about. And listen, going 3 from 3 in this group is giving him plenty to be positive about. And when you look at the opposite end of the scale, in Lisa, she just doesn't look like she can find a win from anywhere.
When we're talking about confidence and we're talking about performances, usually Dale Pilgrim comes into the conversation. That's actually the 21st ton plus average in a double start format ever recorded on telly.
Yeah, remarkable, isn't it? I mean, it is tough to do. I played in many Grand Prix, and to be honest, anything over 90 you're happy with, because it is that tough, because a couple of mistakes here and there, it's hard enough to hit doubles to win games, but when you've got to incorporate the double start as well, and those, I mean, that's 45 darts to win 3 legs, 60% on his outs. He was equally as good on his ins. Fabulous performance, and something that will give him massive confidence going forward. The only player that we've seen go any closer than that was the Group A winner, Jim McEwen, who had a 99.20, and we thought that was special.
Special performances from Mr. P, but he's not the man top of the table. That belongs to Kevin Painter. He's won 3 from 3. Pilgrim and Neil Duff have won 2 from 3. Duff getting the better of Pilgrim in the middle of the round of matches there. Dubbridge and Osborne for winner piece. Lisa Ashton yet to get off the mark. I suppose this is kind of a fitting round of fixtures, kickstarting with Dubbridge against Osborne. Dubbridge should be encouraged enough, though, by his performances so far.
Yeah, we just got to watch there isn't that group separation this early in Group C, because it's going to be very hard to chase them players down, especially above them. And listen, Mark Dubbridge and Colin Osborne are aware that this is a big game, because I expect both of them to go on and get points elsewhere. So a win here is massive.
Well, both of these players hoping to make their way through to Saturday night, where they'll be playing in front of a crowd here in Portsmouth. And if you want to be a part of it and you want to find out how, well, it's time for some ticketing news.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Well, me and Mace have made the road trip from the studio to the commentary box once again to watch Osborne and Dubbridge go toe-to-toe in our 10th game of the session. And as you mentioned, you can join us at the live lounge in Portsmouth any Saturday night by heading to dartshop.tv. And whilst you're there, you could also get some other darting goodies as well. But who's going to conjure up the goods in this one, Mace?
Well, the odds compilers, again, they...
First lad,
They're a bit
it's
like
Marcus
me.
Rowe first,
Splinters.
Game on.
4-5 Dubbridge, 10-11 Colin Osborne. But I will take a look, because these two must have some extensive previous.
56.
And, well, again, multiple meetings between the two in official PDC competition. 19 in total. And it is
60.
Colin Osborne who leads 15-4.
And so do we get to the point where it may well be in one psyche?
85.
Yeah, when you've got such a dominant record over somebody, you are aware of it. One draw in the Championship League of Darts. 5-5 draw back in 2008. First met 18 years ago. And that was a 4-2 win
55.
to Dubbridge before there was a win for Colin and a defeat. And then Colin won 8 of their next 9
100.
meetings.
Mark's one of those players is at a point where he still wants to be competitive, but he now knows where his home is with the World Seniors.
Yeah, absolutely. And
140.
listen, his career at that level, the elite level, was cut short because of injury. And there was spells where he was unsure himself if he'd
135.
ever get back to playing at any kind of level without any discomfort. But yeah, I think he enjoys where his game is right now and enjoying the opportunities
100.
the World Seniors have given him and many other players.
Opportunity here for Osborne to break the throw. Well, Dubbridge was almost hoisted by his own petard there with the slip and then the treble and pull.
Yeah, would have been a bit of deja vu.
40. Mark, you require 65.
Take out the opener with throw. It's going to be tops for Dubbridge.
Yeah, that's game
Pinned in the top
leg.
corner.
Mark
Flash
Dubbridge.
leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Colin the throw first. Game on.
Steady enough start from both. 17 dart hold for Mark. In this short format, it's just about getting that bit of early initiative and then building. Like he just said, every time he's
36.
low, but finds double 18 with dart 3.
This format, more than any other, you can really apply the scoreboard pressure.
140.
And I suppose there's another element as well where if you're stood to the back of the board, there's almost a hope when the player misses the first 2
58.
darts at a double.
Yeah, there's a hope for you, but there's pressure for the person throwing at the double.
140.
Very nice back-to-back 140s for Colin Osborne. Responding well here.
45.
Lots of changes of late here at the Super Series, including our first special week.
100.
I'm loving the new lights there in the background. The towers.
Something's changed, but Chris Mason's still here.
Part of the furniture, pal.
180.
Being
Colin,
stuck
you
to the
require
carpet, aren't we?
81.
81 for 1-1. And he has got time here, Osborne.
41.
A wonderful crowd here on Saturday night. Got involved.
Yeah,
with
it did look a good atmosphere.
Had some festivities as well. We had a 9-dart challenge go on. And
Colin, you require
good
40.
fun if you do want to join us on a Saturday.
Was that where the young man won a signed board? Was that was it? Right. Nice. Nice little
Yeah, that's
momentum.
second leg. Colin Osborne.
17 darter for mark in
Third
leg
leg,
1.
it's Mark the throw
It's
first.
replicated in leg 2 by Colin Osborne.
That spits in and out.
No score.
But interesting, Dubbridge has decided to go straight for the 18s at the beginning of this leg. In second dart for Osborne.
100.
He's got away first visit in each of the 3 legs so far as the Wizard.
No score.
And now he's chasing Dubbridge.
Yeah, 6 darts at a double to get off. Not one of them's been found.
60.
Guess that 8th darter trying.
56.
And the thing is, Colin hasn't really exerted the kind of scoring pressure which has seen Dubbridge out the leg completely.
Well, if he only finds 60 here, which is not going to happen,
140.
it would have kept Mark Dubbridge interested, but he's 244 behind, minus these, but needs to be big.
60.
Osborne got a 6-dart head start in this leg. Don't
139.
try and say that later on in the night, will you?
80. Colin, you require 62.
Two 4s.
$54.
But it's not 2-1 as of yet. But he's got all the time one could want to put himself on the hill, and if he does win this leg, he will have the dart to complete the job.
74. Colin, you require 8.
No pressure. Can throw at this with some element of freedom. That should be double 2. I was just
6.
about to say now things can get sticky.
Dubbridge's eyes must have lit up there.
57. Colin, you require 2.
That's my only fear of leaving double 4 on the 62 is that very quick
that's
breakdown, but that's a wonderful dart.
Colin Osborne.
And now it's in
Fourth
his hands.
leg, it's Colin the throw first. Game on.
All he'd be saying to himself here, nail it first dart, get up and running, and pile on the pain. And he's done exactly that, plumb in the middle.
80.
Well, both players getting off the bat straight away.
One
That's the perfect start for Dubbridge.
$83.
Well, there's a bit of symmetry when it comes to 9 darters in the Grand Prix format because James Wade has either hit one or been involved in one. Dubbridge is on towards the path of perfection in a double-in, double-out event.
All in a leg to save the match.
140. Mark, you require 161.
Is it going to be a flash of brilliance? Not this time.
45.
Well, that was a bit exciting for a second or two.
Furthest we got.
100.
6 deep.
Mark, you
We've
require
been 4 deep
116.
a couple of times.
But crucially for Dubbridge, is about winning the leg. It's a dart at tops
Yeah,
to
that's
save the
short in the
match, to bring
forward
it back to 2-2.
Mark
A 116, a 12 dart leg, and we go the
Fifth and
distance.
final leg. It's Mark to throw first. Game on.
He's in again first time.
Doesn't quite replicate the 160 break, but he'll take the 120. .160 break is what you can get in that new
75.
snooker tournament in Saudi Arabia, isn't it?
Yeah,
Or
I
something
think
like
it is
that.
something bizarre like that. It's a golden ball, isn't it? No, there's some stupid ideas in sport, but that one's right up there. Not like there's not enough balls already on the table. Only thing I can pot in snooker is the white ball.
Me, you the same.
95.
That's like having a 9-ball pool tournament, having 10 balls on the table. Well, I suppose there is, isn't there? I suppose the cue ball at the start.
40.
But Dubridge here, breaking away from Osborne in this last leg. Both players got off first dart, but Dubridge's scoring power, the 120 and the 140, has seen him coast clear.
Yeah, Colin's just hanging on to his coattails right now. Be even more so if he can find the treble 20.
62.
Oh, only 62. Well, that'll give Colin Osborne a different look at this 2-3-1. Now he has to be careful here. Well, not now. No math needed.
190.
When it matters the
Mark
most.
to require 139.
This would be incredible. But it's not going to go, and so Osborne,
99.
who's had to hang on to the
Running
coattails of Mark
required
Dubridge over the last
51.
couple of legs, has a match-winning chance. But he's missed the big 11. And so it's only going to be one dart at tops. It doesn't go, and Dubridge comes back
Mark
for the
to
match.
require 40. Game shot. And
Well, it was a
Mark
flash
Dubridge.
of brilliance from Mark Dubridge in the end. He reeled off 2 superb legs to get over the line against Colin Osborne. He almost threatened the first Grand Prix 9 darter in 10 years in that match. An 84-22. Colin Osborne has lost of an average in excess of 88 in that game. But as you can see there, 3 out of 3 on the finishing doubles for Dubridge. He got in first dart in the last 2 legs as well. 2 from 9 on the finishing. At the end of a leg, the undoing for Colin Osborne. Coming up next, Neil Duff against Kevin Painter. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. That's Neil Duff in your picture there. He's won 2 games today. Kevin Painter has won everything in sight. He is picture perfect, the artist, at the top of the pile on 6 points. And before the break, we saw an exhilarating game between Mark Dudbridge and Colin Osborne. Dudbridge running out a 3-2 winner from 2-1 down. He threatened us to a 9-dart leg in the middle of that particular match. Dudbridge winning 3-2. Painter looking to move himself onto 8 points with victory here and remove himself 4 points clear of the rest of the pack ahead of Pilgrim against Ashton.
First.
Well, talking of exhilarating games, before we get into the bones of this one, draw for the UK Open's been done, which gets underway next Friday, of course. There's some stunning first-round ties. Matty Dennant, Jeffrey de Graaf, Conan Whitehead, who we're going to see later, Leonard Gates, Lucas Fennig, Tom Lonsdale, a name we've got very familiar with in recent weeks, Kevin Burnesh, John Henderson, Owen Bates, Andy Bolton, Connor Scott, Wesley Plazier, Bradley Brooks, Cam Crabtree, George Killington against Sagansky. These first round matches in the UK Open just get better and better and better.
83.
Aaron Monk against Dylan Slevin.
It gets to the point now where actually qualifying for the UK Open becomes an achievement.
Yeah,
140.
For those that don't have a tour card and have to rely on ranking and
81.
order of merit positioning in Challenge Tour and Dev Tour, and of course the still don't quite know how, but the Riley's qualifiers are still, or they finished now, but
85.
they were in place this year.
It's a bit like we call it the FA Cup of darts, but obviously
It
FA
is.
Cup weekends. If you're a Liverpool or a Man United, you'd probably be more threatened playing a Leicester City or Ipswich at the top end of the Championship than you would maybe a bottom of the table Premier League club. And that could be said the same maybe about the UK Open, where you'd probably be more scared of a top amateur player than maybe a player in the PDC ranks declining in the rankings.
Well, especially if you're playing in one of the outside boards and you're not used to playing in them. I suppose it's a bit like a big team playing a small away team, but playing their ground, which
40.
can often be a bit
58.
well, not like a bowling green.
Okay.
Double 11.
Little bit flashy, Neil.
First lag. Neil
Well, no, least nonetheless. I suppose to a certain extent, actually, this setup here
Second lag,
is
it's
very
Gavin
much
to
akin
throw
to what you're going to
first.
get on
Game on.
stage 2 at Minehead.
Yeah, very much so. But there is something very, very special about that tournament. When you
38.
go to the outside boards and you do have those Riley's qualifiers, and they bring lots of support with them, and of course it's where you get to see
45.
firsthand and often up close stars of the future. Let's not forget, it's where it all started for a certain Rob Cross.
140.
Little played there last year as well.
Yeah, I think he was edged out by Adam Gavlas, wasn't it? Averaged
87.
a ton. I think it went 10-9 or 10-8. It was very tight.
140.
I think we saw, was it young Thomas Banks against Gerwin Price on the main stage, and he put up a super fight.
I've been told on very good authority Thomas is playing some very good stuff at the minute
45.
once again. He might be one to look out for here at the Super Series in the not too distant future, playing a lot of ADC vaults, being very successful in that,
45.
and playing very well in the U Division. And it is the Dev Tour weekend this weekend, the first of the season, so it'll be very interesting to see how players like Thomas swat up.
Yeah, all at Milton Keynes.
100.
Stars of the future.
138.
Be a lot
60.
of Super Series interest in that particular weekend.
Absolutely.
100, giving you require 78.
I've got away first start in this leg, but hasn't really done anything in the scoring stakes.
Yeah, another couple of players are having their fourth meeting of the week. Monday it was a 3-2 win for Neil. And Kevin ended his run of 8 defeats against Neil with a 3-2 win on Tuesday. And then backed that up with a 3-1 win yesterday. This time finds the double 11 with dart 1 for 2-0.
Third leg is
How
Neil
many
to
more
throw
times,
first?
when his
Game
back
on.
is conceivably against the wall, is Neil Duff going to put out a big ton plus finish?
Kevin has had darts in every leg, hasn't he?
No score.
Could well have found himself 2-0 to the good, or is Neil Duff going to end this 3-match unbeaten streak of Kevin Painter? If he does, he will join him on the top of the table, of course, on 6 points.
And Darryl Pilgrim, by contrast, will be licking his lips ahead of a clash with Lisa Ashton up next.
45.
Absolutely.
You know, we talk about how it could be weird transitioning from playing single start format to double start format. Can it also be weird the other way around, though, where the players finish this week and go back to normal play, shall we say? Can there be a bit of a weirdness there?
No, I think they'll just be relieved. Super stuff from Kevin Painter to leave 1-3-2. There was method behind that.
$140, giving you require 132.
Kevin at the moment is averaging in excess of 95.
92.
And yet it's 2-0 down.
Welcome to double start.
$81.
Release for a
giving you
potential
require
13
40.
dart break. Wild, and Kev is absolutely disgusted with that dart. Neil just looking away to the background, not trying to draw himself in.
24.
Now, this would really
Neil,
smart
you require
if Neil
95.
Duff can find this 95 finish. Super aggressive.
Double 19. Painter's wheelhouse isn't going to go, and so KP is back
79.
for D8
Giving you require
for 2-1.
16.
Has to move across,
Yeah,
but
that's
finds the bump off the barrel, and in it goes. Back to 2-1.
Forward like it's Gavin to throw first.
See, a darts to win every leg so far this match. He could be done and dusted off the stage, but he finds himself behind.
No score.
This is the point where Neil's thinking, just get it first dart. Gets it first dart. And now I really want to make hay whilst the sun is shining.
80.
Yep. Take 80. Sticking with the double 19. That should be a good guide. Now he's in trouble. Yeah.
No score.
No surprise. Amazed he's sticking to that strategy.
Even though inside he is severely frustrated, you just get the sense he's actually enjoying it this week. He's really enjoying the different kind of challenge that Double Trouble presents.
100.
You'll enjoy that a lot more. Following this one, match number 12, Darryl Pilgrim against Lisa Ashton. Don't forget, this is double
60.
session day. We're back 10 p.m. tonight. If you are watching on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, please just take a second, hit that subscribe button for us.
140.
And don't forget to hit that notification bell, because not only will we send you an alert when we go live And also get an alert when we add new content, which will be dropping over the next couple of days
55.
with something a little bit different here at the Super Series.
Snoop Dogg would say, drop it like it's hot.
55.
Duff potentially on the cusp and 6 starts away. 140 here. Painter's in all sorts of bother.
85.
So still a glimmer of an opportunity here for Painter. But needs a treble or two.
Would love another. Gets another.
140. Neil, you require 136.
Well, he's already found 3 ton toppers today. He's already found a 1-2-4. But he's not going to win the game for 136. And so to send us the
66.
distance, can Kev get his kicks on Route 66?
Gets the treble 10. Double 18. Double 9.
that's
Oh,
game
plumb
shot
in
on
the
the
middle
forward
again.
Kevin Painter.
Look at that reaction, the face of Kevin Painter.
Fifth and final
Tells
leg.
you
It's Neil
all
the
you need
throw
to know
first. Game
about
on.
how much he wanted that double 9. I don't quite know how we've got here, Henry, but it's 2-2. Average is very, very
No
similar.
score.
What isn't similar is the doubling out stats. Kevin Painter, 2 from 10. Neil Duff, 2 from 4.
He could have won this game 4-0, but we're only
113.
playing best of 5. Duff in 4th dart.
65.
If he hit that tops like he did first time and hit a couple of trebles, he probably counteracted what Kev did in the previous turn. But it is advantage to the artist
57.
here.
Yeah, throw in front.
His timing today has
135.
been as impeccable as that of a Swiss watch.
$93.
Right on time, right on cue.
Oh, you mentioned the timing. A wry smile from Kevin Painter.
$95.
Super
Neil, you
final
require
dart.
121.
This would smart. This would be an incredible way to seal the match. The ball!
96.
Weight of dart was beautiful.
Kevin, you require 143.
Slightly east of the target.
Doesn't go. It's a game that Painter had controlled, but
Treble 18, 78 left. And on 25, as we know from experience, anything can happen.
83. Neil, you require 25.
Painter would have felt he had control of this game. Duff may now have it by the scruff of his neck. 2 12s for a seismic win. It condemns Painter to 6 points. It puts Duff on 6 points. And double
Big
6
shot
will
and
put
match.
him on to 6
Neil
points and condemn Kevin Painter to his first defeat of the day by 3 legs to 2. A timely 1-2-4 in the middle of the piece set Duff upon his way. Painter kept grafting and grafting, but he couldn't pick the points up. Duff runs out, a 3-2 victor, and that now opens up the door for Darryl Pilgrim. If he gets the better of Lisa Ashton, the top 3 in the table will all be on the same number of points. Here we go then, final game of the 4th round of fixtures here at the MODUS Super Series. Yeah, that's Marco Meijer, our referee from the Netherlands. And that is Daryl Pilgrim, who is looking to create a three-way tie at the top of the table. If he gets the better of Lisa Ashton here, he would actually go top of the pile by way of legs difference. Ashton lost her first 2 games by the margin of 3 legs to 2, but was then comprehensively beaten by Neil Duff last time out. If we go to plan, it should be a comprehensive Pilgrim win.
Yeah, and Lisa's going to have to win her final 2 games. Or she will unfortunately
First leg, it's Daryl the throw
be
first.
out of the equation. We have seen role reversals before, but not in a group of this undoubted quality. And guess what? He's in for a start. I cannot wait to see his stats tomorrow.
73.
They will all be looked at over the course of the evening.
54.
And we'll let you know what they are tomorrow.
He's played 11 legs so far today. He's gone in first start in 8 of them.
Wow.
100.
I genuinely think he'll threaten the 541 at some point this week.
137.
It won't count as an official record because it's outside the main competition, but it's a little anecdote he can have.
$100. $100.
But Ashton has given as good an account as she could have given in this first leg and has put a bit of pressure on the Pilgrim throw.
96. $140. Daryl, you require 132.
Starting to see glimmers now from Lisa. Maybe she's eventually feels like she's warmed to the task.
100.
Well, she was saying early on this morning that she's never played double in, double out before, so it is conceivable it takes a little bit of time to get used to. But now she's settled down. She's playing some superb stuff. That's a 15-dart breaker throw to get up and running. Ashton
Second
leads
leg,
1-0.
Lisa to throw first. Game on.
In again, first dart.
108.
But one thing you've got to give Ashton credit for is she does have a plan. If it goes in, she'll stay down there. She's very intrinsic like that.
Yeah, where other
No
players
score.
are a little bit more reactive. And sometimes that can be detrimental.
95.
Away 4th dart, but Lisa's put enough scoring pressure on after going out first dart that
56.
Pilgrim's under all sorts of pressure.
$100.
Racing away with this leg, racing away with this match. You know we were saying that Daryl Pilgrim could break the record. Well, Lisa Ashton could do it herself here. 2 minutes 40 to get to the middle of the second leg.
85. 98.
Down to a ton after 12. Backing up what she did in leg 1. Only 3 players have won against the throw today. Kevin Painter being one of them against
58.
Lisa.
Lisa, you require 100.
Daryl Pilgrim against Colin Osborne. And Neil against Lisa.
41.
So annoying. You play it safe and throw a ragged final dart. Well, Daryl has been beaten.
58. Lisa,
This
you
is the
require
first time
59.
he's ultimately having his mettle being tested. 21 left.
The double's at the end of the leg, Lisa. Oh no, this is a bit of a mess. Now thinking to do.
55.
And it's left double 2 with Pilgrim back on 2-4-4.
You can see her holding her head realising that it should have been 1 instead of 5.
140.
Easily done,
Lisa, you require 4.
especially in the heat of battle.
Irrelevant
That's
now.
game shot on the
2-0
second
Ashton
line.
leads.
Lisa Ashton.
Pilgrim's going to have to win 3 straight.
Third leg is Daryl the throw first. Game on.
Lisa was 5-2.
110.
And because she's 2-0 up, even if she loses this leg, she's got an opportunity on throw in the next to get the job done.
No score.
May have to be that case already. This is typically Pilgrim. Gets off quick and then scores
100.
well.
Daryl's final game will be against Kevin Painter.
51.
That is our final match of the session. Following this one, we enter our final cycle of matches. 3 to bring you. Neil Duff against Mark Durbridge. And then Lisa Ashton against Colin Osborne. And as I just mentioned, Kevin Painter against Daryl Pilgrim.
And then me and Mace are back for some more, and I hope you're back for more as well, because we're going to return for 10 at 10. Group B will be getting underway here at the Live Lounge, and we cannot wait because we're going to watch some real enigmatic players in action. We've got Connor Scott, Conan Whitehead, James Wilson entering the equation alongside Robert Thornton and Steve Brown. But what a response this is from Daryl Pilgrim on throw.
Well, our opening match tonight, Henry, is James Wilson against Robert Thornton, followed by Connor Scott against Steve Brown, and then Conan Whitehead, our 5th player in the group, will face James Wilson. That's our opening 3 matches for tonight's session.
Yeah, that's game shot in the third leg.
That's superb from Pilgrim. 3 legs have been played in this game. 2 of them have been won in 15 darts. But Ashton here has the throw to get over the line, to get her first win. But it's so crucial she gets out first visit.
No
which
score.
she can't, and it opens up the door for Pilgrim, who in 14 legs, this is only the 5th he's failed to get out first dart, and even then he's gone out second.
51. $32.
Needed that.
$96.
So a glimmer of opportunity here for Lisa, but 2 trebles you sense are required from this visit.
58. $140. $38.
Is he the best player without a card?
Ooh.
98.
Yep, I've opened that can of worms again.
Well, he was certainly on the short list alongside Andy Barton's
139. Daryl, you require
last year, wasn't he?
116. $50.
I think he's up there with the likes of Connor Scott and Danny Jansen and Wesley Plaisier,
Daryl, you require
John Henderson,
66.
of course, the recently crowned World Seniors champion, Andy Bolton.
Yeah, that's game shot in the fourth leg. Daryl Pilgrim.
Conan Whitehead, of course,
5th
also in the
and
mix.
final leg.
Don't forget my pal Steve West.
Game on.
Hope the recovery is continuing to go as well as possible.
Yeah, don't discredit Steve West, because do you remember last year when he had that
111.
interview with Phil? Both players have got out first dart in this last leg, and of course you've got
70.
to put Scott Taylor in the equation now as the champion.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a title that these days carries so much weight around it.
85.
And maybe that's why there's a bit of pressure on players to defend it. Only Luke Little has done that.
55.
But you kind of saw the way that he dealt with the whole week. He wasn't there for any of the show. He didn't want any of the shenanigans. He just played darts. And even when he lifted the trophy, didn't want the show, didn't want the blasé, just lifted the trophy, happy with the win, and went away. Pilgrim hits a max.
180.
Yeah, I think Daryl Pilgrim is cut from a similar cloth.
100. Daryl, you require 125.
Plenty of time to get the job done. Remember, he was 2-0 down in this match, Daryl Pilgrim.
59. 61. Daryl, you require
And Mr.
66.
P now has all the time.
Yeah, to complete the comeback. Triple. He went for the ball. 54 left, tops. To complete
26.
would have been a brilliant comeback. And again, in the high 80s in terms of average after an indifferent start.
45.
He's a player who's got gears.
Daryl, you require
A player
40.
who's got levels. And he's beginning to show that he's levels above. Double 10 for a
Game
win.
shot.
That
Animax,
puts
Daryl
Pilgrim to the top of the pile. He gets the better of Lisa Ashton, but just by 3 legs to 2. Ashton now has lost 3 games in a last leg decider. She was 2-0 up in this one, but then Pilgrim came charging back, reeling off 3 straight legs to seal a 3-2 win. Coming up after the break, the last round of fixtures sees Neil Duff and Mark Dudbridge go toe-to-toe. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're 4/5 of the way through the action here in Group C. Before the break, Daryl Pilgrim put himself to the top of the pile, beating Lisa Ashton by 3 legs to 2. The last round of fixtures, all going to a last leg decider, and all going with the player throwing first. Dudbridge beating Osborne, Duff beating Painter, and Pilgrim progressing against Ashton. So this is how the table looks then. Darryl Pilgrim, Kevin Painter, and Neil Duff. Neither of them could be dislodged on 6 points, but it's Pilgrim's superior legs difference, which is the reason why he's top of the pile. Mark Dudbridge just in behind on 4, with Osborne and Ashton playing catch-up in 5th and 6th respectively. Duff and Dudbridge go toe-to-toe, so if Flash can pick up the win in this one, we'll have a full-way tie for the lead as we enter Ashton against Osborne and Painter v Pilgrim to end the day. So somebody's going to be guaranteed on 8 points come the end of the session, no matter what.
Yes, and they will go into tomorrow feeling very, very confident about their chances of progressing through to Saturday night's final. This group, especially difficult, of course. Only 2 from the 6 will go through. Tonight's Group B, which is a 5-player field, 3 progress, who will then join our Group A winner, Jim McEwen, in Saturday night's final. And it cannot fail to be a fabulous night of darts. And why don't you join us? Head over to www.dartshop.tv. All the ticket information over there. It's just a £2 booking fee.
First leg, it's Neil the
And
throw
you can
first.
join us here on London Road in the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Probably one of the most intimate darting experiences you will get. And one of the best nights fun you will ever get
60.
for £2.
I was speaking to a couple of people that were here last Saturday, a few Pompey pals, and they very much enjoyed their experience here.
Was it the first time they had been?
Yep, and they're coming back.
Yeah, I bet.
We do actually have a couple of regulars when it comes to Champions Week finals. Like actually the Portsmouth rugby team, they're now very firm regulars when it comes to Champions Week
100.
finals night.
Great stuff. Yeah, I've not done one for a while.
Yeah, I believe we've got a couple of the local sports teams also coming down for some of their end of season stuff in the next
23.
coming few months or so.
Ideal, isn't it? End of season party in Pompey.
58.
And you can book your place too. Dartshot.tv, the place to be. And on top of that, there's plenty of other little goodies available on that site
Yeah,
too.
loads of exhibitions up and down the country. No doubt there'll be one near you.
96.
And the exhibitions put on by MODUS are not to be missed. The biggest names
100.
in our sport, and occasionally me. I get the good
100.
gigs. I get to do nightclubs now.
You're allowed in nightclubs.
Yeah. Meet and greet. Get my own little booth.
140.
You'd have to bring ID, pal.
$77. Neil, you
I very
require
much
43.
43 for Duff for the first leg.
Yeah, dominant opening leg from Duff.
23.
But not completed.
And this is the type of territory where Dudbridge with a couple of trebles can really put it on Neil.
Interesting start. The
91. Neil, you
Treble
require
17.
20.
I'll try and work that one out.
Yeah, that's game shot in the first leg. Neil done.
Duff takes the opening leg, leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Mark the throw first. Game on.
We often see the best of Neil at this point of the day because he knows it's business time, it's crunch time, and there's only one more game to go. And actually, I think that's easier for a player like him.
Yeah, some of his best averages, of course, have come towards the latter end of a session, whether it be afternoon or evening.
No score.
Dudbridge making his mark in this leg, though.
140.
200-point head start effectively now. Has had a couple of legs like this today, Neil. Not many, but he's had one or two where if it doesn't go straight away, he has had some problems getting out.
$45. No score.
Are we entering the case now where maybe Neil should look at another target?
$41.
If he put in a couple of troubles there, Mark, there would have been a possibility for the first whitewash leg of the week.
Don't mention the brush, Henry. We don't want to
60.
see any of those.
$99.
Not sure what's rarer in this format, the brush or the 9-darter.
41. Mark, you require
Well,
120.
we've been closer to a 9-darter than we have done the brush, so maybe that might be the case in point. But it also shows as well that how volatile numbers can be in this format,
50.
because, and it has to then give pay to what Daryl Pilgrim's doing, because one leg like this for Neil just absolutely decimates an average, which is almost unrecoverable in a best of 5.
81. Mark, you require 70.
Two 16s to level up.
38.
But he is going to have the luxury of time.
$49. Mark, you require 32.
Two 16s
Yeah, that's
to
clean. So
level
the
this
second
game
one.
up at
Mark
1-1.
Upridge. Third leg, it's
A
Neil to
little
throw
quirk
first.
from our referee,
Game on.
Marco Meyer, who says, yeah, on the game shot call. Actually comes from inspiration from Freddie Williams.
Correct. I'm amazed you know
60.
that. He must have told you. You're nowhere near old enough to remember Freddie.
Part of a great
41.
generation of referees, the likes of him, Bruce Bendley.
Martin Fitzmaurice,
135.
very underrated referee.
I suppose we're at a point in our sport now where obviously we're seeing Russ Bray step aside, that the new generation of
58.
referees are coming to the fore. Now we talk a lot about the likes of Charlie Corstefine, and obviously Owen Binks is part of our refereeing team, and Marco probably maybe a little bit of an unsung hero in that regard. 10 World Championships
99.
under his belt at the Lakeside. Numerous other big tournaments as well across the world. He's refereed the Dutch Open, where that's probably one of the hardest ones to ref, because you got 4,000 people going absolutely balmy in that particular venue.
96.
That's one. That is one for the bucket list. The Dutch Open.
60.
Should start on 19s.
$77. Neil, you require 147.
Mark Allen nearly had one of these the other day. Duff isn't going to convert the 147. Not that he
60.
needed to on this occasion. Just comfortably plodding along in this leg.
$95. Neil, you require 87.
Just a little glance over at the scoreboard, knowing that he has to go for the bull.
62. Mark, you require
Not
134.
a million miles off. May go treble 18 tops. That was the plan.
94. Neil, you require 25.
It'll be one for double 12. Big moment.
1. Mark, you require 40.
And Dubbridge has just been keeping himself interested in this leg, and now he gets his chance to pounce.
Have to be said, it would be against the run of play, but he does find the double 10.
Sorry, game short in the third. Mark Dudbridge.
It was on the outside wire.
We've had this conversation in the past. Double 10 is the hardest double for a referee to look at because of the line of vision and things associated with it.
$63.
Well, when that tops went in, he was thinking to himself, come on, fill that red bit. Get a 160 off. As it is,
Score.
He's got another opportunity to really give himself some breathing space.
Is Neil becoming too stubborn on tops now?
Only he knows.
77. $65.
For Neil, this would feel very much the role reversal of that game against Darryl Pilgrim, where Pilgrim was in control, but Duff just came up with the moments when it mattered, and it feels like a reverse in this one, where Duff has kind of had the passages of play, but Dubbridge has come up with it when it's mattered.
One on the end, 20.
Well, that wasn't a bounce out, it was a deflection, wasn't it? Dart on dart, tungsten on tungsten.
Off the post and wide.
45.
Well, it's looking likely.
145.
Mark Dubbridge will be winning this, and for us, it makes the table even more interesting. But there's
82.
some separation. It's a must-win game for Colin Osborne up next against Lisa Ashton, because we will have serious separation in the group between players 1 to 4 and 5 and 6 tops.
43.
He will return, and if Dubbridge does convert, there'll be more sixes here than a Devil's Punch Bowl, and you could probably spin around the names in a hat as to who's going to go through.
85. Mark, you require 20.
2 10s for Dubbridge
Game
for a
shot
3-1
and a match.
victory, and there
Mark
is a
Dubbridge.
4-way tie for the lead. 4 players all on 6 points, and Neil Duff has gone down to 4th in the table as a result of that 3-1 defeat to Mark Dubbridge. He trudges off stage, his day's work is done, and he'll be bitterly disappointed about the way that it's ended. Ashton against Osborne's up next, and you get the sense Osborne has to win it. A win for Ashton, we could probably count 2 out. Hello, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where on Double Trouble Week we've seen some fun on the outer ring. Before the break, Mark Dubridge made it a four-way tie at the top of the table, getting the better of Neil Duff by 3 legs to 1. So 4 players all tied on 6 points. Colin Osborne can put himself within 2 points of the leading pack overnight if he can get the better of Lisa Ashton, who has lost
First
each of
leg
her
is
4
Lisa
games
to throw
so far,
first.
but 3 of them have
Game
been
on.
3-2. She's been in games, but she hasn't quite got results. It's been mainly because the starting doubles have been a
51.
little bit in and out for the Lancashire Rose today.
Almost like she just never settled. There has been
60.
plenty of moments to take some positivity.
121.
We'll talk about it in a little bit more depth later, but how much are you looking forward to that Group B later on
81.
tonight?
Yes, equally as fun a lineup as what we've seen today.
60.
With the addition, of course, of the flamboyant nature of Connor Scott's game.
I spoke to Connor
100.
yesterday in preparation for today. I'm not allowed to let out the secret, but he's going to be doing something tonight that if he pulls it off will break the
47.
internet. That's all I'm allowed to say.
$60.
Tune in to see what Connor's going to do at 10 o'clock.
96.
Yeah, between Connor and Conan, that game could be absolute fireworks.
Well, yeah, of course, he's another
140.
player that
Lisa, you
has a
require
real
126.
flamboyant style.
So Osborne threatening the break.
43. Colin, you require
Should be 2 at top,
60.
so there has been a couple of times where he straggled the wrong side when needing a single to a double, but there's no problem on that occasion. The problem was with the double straggling the other side.
Yeah,
But he
that's
mops
game
up
shot
on
in
the double
first leg.
15 to
Colin
break the
Osborne.
throw and lead 1-0.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
The only good news about Conan Whitehead being here tonight is, do you remember in the past where he used to throw darts up on the balcony? At least now I've got a
120.
pane of glass that's going to protect me after sessions.
No score. $85.
Osborne really making the running now. Chasing up for tops.
No score.
And that's not helping either. And so Osborne, with all the time that he wants to double up his advantage.
Yeah, absolute control at the moment.
41.
Gets there every time of asking on double eight.
35. $42. $45.
Should Osborne go on and win this game? What do you think he's got to do on day 2 to get himself through?
He's going to have to come out firing tomorrow, isn't he? You think he's going to have to win
84.
a minimum 4 from 5 tomorrow? I think those above him.
60.
It's hard to see
Colin, you
where
require
certainly someone
129.
like Darryl Pilgrim may drop points, but I don't think he's dropping too many, not the level he's playing at.
Double 12 for 129. That is absolutely spectacular from Colin Osborne. It's his first ton topper of the day, and it puts him a leg away from his second win.
Game on. $39.
In second dart again. In the 3 legs so far in this game, Osborne has gone out in the first visit in each and every single one of them.
45.
Two stay with us. Do have another game of darts following this break. Painter Pilgrim will round off the Group C affairs. And that should be a real good way to round off.
Absolutely. That one could be a little prickly.
137.
There's a conceivability that whoever does a double in that particular fixture, they'll move 4 points clear before anybody else would have played.
80.
Talk about putting scoreboard pressure on, that would do exactly that.
56.
Osborne closing in.
140.
Very much on the cusp now of a 3-0 win. For Ashton, she's come close in so many games, but maybe this was a bridge too far.
Colin, you require 84.
The ball. For the win, and a superb win for Colin Osborne. He gets the better of Lisa Ashton by 3 legs to 0. It keeps him in the equation, it keeps him in the mix. Osborne beats Ashton 3-0. And after the break, we'll have our final game of the session for you. It's KP against DP. The winner takes P1. Seconds out, away we go for the final time this afternoon in Group C, and what a way to conclude the session. This is Pilgrim and Painter, the top two going toe-to-toe. The victor will have the spoils at the top of the table going into tomorrow's affairs. Both lodged on 6 points, the top four on 6 points. The winner will be two clear. Well, Kevin Painter got out the tracks flying, winning each of his opening three, but Daryl Pilgrim has been the player of the day.
Yeah, in terms of numbers, he certainly has. He started his campaign off with an average of 93.94 and a 3-0 win over Mark Dubridge. Then actually lost, but with an average some 13 points higher than Neil Duff, who beat him 3-2. Bounced back really well. That's what impressed me more than anything, Henry. The way he bounced back from that defeat, getting the better of Colin Osborne 3-0 with a 100.20 average. Then won 3-2 with an 86.67 after being 2-0 down. If they play to type, you would think there would be only one winner, and that is why Pilgrim is priced at 4-9 and KP 13-8. But as we know, in this very fickle sport, anything is possible.
Pilgrim will feel, though, if he loses this game, despite the way he's played, 6 points is a wasted opportunity.
Yeah, I think the one player who would be
100
less disappointed to lose would be Kevin after the start of the week, or the first day and a half of the week, where he was yet to pick up a win.
42.
To be in real contention for qualifying for Saturday night after day one of Group C, a Group C of this quality, I think he'll be certainly happy enough. But by comparison,
100.
the levels that Pilgrim's been playing at, I think he'd probably be disappointed with 6 points.
Well, it's one of those scenarios, isn't it, where the loser's not out of it, but if you win, the openings you give yourself are huge.
Well, and you're sort of stamping a bit of authority on the group, and you know, you arrive tomorrow at the top of the table feeling $1 million.
180.
Pilgrim's playing like $1 million right now. 32 after 12.
99. Daryl, you require 32. Yeah, that's
13 data for Pilgrim.
Never in doubt the way he's been hitting that double 16 today.
Second leg is Daryl the
Two massive football fans, of course, these two. Kevin Painter, huge Ipswich Town fan.
36.
They doing all right? They are, aren't they?
Yeah, they're in a big title fight. Currently second, beat Rotherham United by 4 goals for an incredible game that was.
No score.
Basically, Ipswich in control. Rotherham bring it back to 3-3 in the 94th minute, and Amari Hutchinson scores a win in the 96th minute to win 4-3. So Leicester v Leeds
Oh,
Friday.
when football matches used to be 90 minutes
96.
long. Remember those days?
Yeah, I had a 94th minute winner in my game last night.
Oh yeah, you did Porto Arsenal,
63.
didn't you? Champions League. Look at you.
Yeah, Leeds v Leicester, the big game Friday. Then Ipswich will be looking with that one intent when they take on Birmingham at home, and then the other big game at the top is Southampton up against Millwall. And Palace could be in the Championship next year. They're very much in the relegation quagmire in the Premier League. Sacked Roy Hodgson on Monday.
Old Roy.
100.
Uncle Roy.
You related?
Can't pronounce his name.
$100.
Pilgrim.
Sorry, pal. Again, I'm probably going to say the same thing. Just establishing a bit of dominance in the leg.
Really build up a head of steam, and you expect this to be a 2 treble turn or something akin.
Like that.
123.
You'd be annoyed not to have found at least the 25 there. Kev needs another. Could go down for treble 19. To us, it may look like there's lots of room, but it could be just laying across.
84. Daryl, you require 63.
And this is where the parameters change with Grand Prix darts is we kind of move the bar in terms of what's a good leg back by a visit. So this is kind of par for the course if he can find tops.
43. Kevin, you require 154.
Kevin did have a 156 in the opening match of the day.
60. Daryl, you require 20.
For 2-zip.
Yeah, that's game shot
And
on the
control.
second leg. Daryl Pilgrim.
Painter throwing to stay in it. Pilgrim a
Third
leg
leg,
away
it's
from
Kevin
the
to throw
clubhouse
first.
lead
Game
overnight.
One thing you will get from Kevin
63.
Painter is he will try to the very last dart.
Kind of been the first game where the first darts deserted him on
51.
double 16, but has been visit perfect in this game, crucially.
Yeah, and in this format, that's key.
190.
Another 9 in there.
Matt Edgar was here, he would.
60.
I hope that didn't count to the Bullseye Challenge score.
Well, Kevin's seeing the
70.
funny side of hitting a beautiful max on the head of a builder's nail to hitting a big 5 followed by a small 5. Does get the trouble with dart 3.
140.
Established enough of the lead in this leg to hope that it is irrelevant. But this will just perk up Pilgrim's ears.
95.
Big last dart, that.
All he can do is try and find a big visit and hope for a miss. And he's done just that.
140. Kevin, you require 93.
He's done the hit. He now hopes. The Painter can't convert the 93. 2 in hand, a double 18. 2 9s to stay in it.
84.
Well, right on the
Daryl, you
wire.
require 110.
Can he go out with a bang?
It's the one thing he hasn't had today is a ton plus finish.
54.
Well, if he
Kevin, you
wins this
require
leg,
9.
You know it's coming.
Painter on a 9. Painter can't
7.
nail the 9, and Pilgrim's back
Daryl,
for the
you
match.
require 56.
56 points away from a 3-0 win. 2 18s.
20.
Doesn't go.
Oh,
Kevin, you require 2.
I was filling in my note sheet.
Yeah, that's game shot in the third leg. Kevin,
But it's
please.
never over until it's over, especially when Painter's involved.
Get the Tipex out.
Fourth leg is
They
Daryl to
still
throw
sell
first.
Tipex.
Game on.
I don't know.
Pilgrim in second up.
96. No score.
And Kevin not getting off on his first turn has given Pilgrim the opportunity to run
59.
away with this fourth leg.
$103.
Just slightly forced dart 2, but a brilliant dart 3.
Could the turn of the match be simply as down as Painter's either got it first start of a leg or has had to wait for his second visit to get off the mark? Pilgrim has got
140.
off the blocks in the first visit of every leg of this match.
Yeah, and you can't afford to give someone of Daryl's quality that much of an advantage. But
140.
credit to Kevin Painter, he is grafting.
Hoping to force the mistake. There hasn't been many from Pilgrim, it has to be said.
No, what you've got to try and do is
58.
plant a seed of doubt in there somewhere. But to do that, you've got to really find 2 and 3 treble visits.
41. Darrow, you require 148.
6 darts for the match. 6 darts for the overnight lead.
$44.
Struggling to find that key visit to put Kevin away.
$60.
Well, he hasn't had a
Darryl,
ton
you
plus
require
finish
104.
today. Will he finish off with a ton topper, Darryl Pilgrim? He's going to have a dart. A double 16 to finish with a ton topper and to finish top of the pile. Darryl Pilgrim was pretty much perfect on day 1. 4 wins from 5 means he has the clubhouse lead going into day 2. 2 clear of Painter, 2 clear of pretty much the rest of the pack. And these 2 will go toe-to-toe in the first game of tomorrow afternoon session. Those are stats from a very good display. An 86-82 average, 3 out of 6 on the finishing doubles. He was pretty much perfect getting in as well. A 104 to round things off. Me and Mace are going to analyse all of the action after this short break. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Group C's action has come and gone. Darryl Pilgrim had a perfect, pretty much perfect first day's action as far as things are concerned. First time playing in this format in terms of double in, double out. First of all, how did you find it out there?
I really enjoyed it. I used to play in a league years and years ago in double star, and I used to like it then. No, I really enjoyed it.
We'll talk a little bit more about your day in just a second, but let's round up everything that has happened on Thursday afternoon. There's a lot of gold around the name of Darryl Pilgrim, that's for sure. But elsewhere, it's a very, very tight group because second, third and fourth are also on 6 points respectively. And Lisa Ashton, well, lost 3 games by 3 legs to 2 as well. Right, let's talk about yourself then, Darryl, and talk about your day in general. First of all, you're doubling in. That double 16 has worked wonders for you today.
Yeah, I feel like if I could pick a double to finish a leg, I'd be world champion. But yeah, I must admit, I didn't expect to start like I did. I was lethal on that double 16 today.
Well, what you did is create a little bit of history today because you hit the first ton plus average of double trouble, and that's actually only the 21st ton plus average that's ever been recorded in a double start match on television when you got the better of Colin Osborne.
Yeah, well, I must admit, I only saw it like a couple of minutes after I walked back in the room. So I didn't realise I played that well, especially double start to average 100 is ridiculous, really.
It really was ridiculous, and to be fair, he just played Mace at a ridiculous standard all day, didn't he?
Yeah, looked very comfortable, and as he said, if you enjoy this format, that's half the battle. Some people can go into it and dread it a little bit because it just adds so much jeopardy, and you're fully aware that it's one of those scenarios where you can play okay, and this game's about fractions, and you can put them. You know, it's like how frustrating it is to finish your leg and put it all around a double. You can have 6 darts at a double and be 6 darts behind at the start of a leg. It's tough, but it is fun.
What was the biggest difference going into today compared to other times you were here?
Well, just remembering to go for the double first, but obviously it's different playing best of 5 to best of 7. Shorter the format, the more tense you can be, if that makes sense. Longer the format, the more you can relax, sort of thing. So being shorter format, but just because I was so good on that starting double, it helped me relax a bit more.
Well, let's have a look at the table then, and this will paint a very good picture as far as you are concerned, because you're top of the pile there on 8 points, and because you've got to play Kevin in that first game tomorrow, you've got a real opportunity to really stretch away right from the get-go, haven't you?
Yeah, but I mean, it's so tight. It's like I'm 2 points above 4th. My leg difference is really good as well. That's the good thing as well. It's almost like an extra point, having a good leg difference.
After the only defeat you had, you went 2-0 down to Lisa. Were you conscious of maybe what you did wrong in that one defeat?
Not so much. I didn't feel I played that. Lisa started really well in that game. It's probably she played. As I say, she started really well. I just come back, but yeah, the first leg. But the second leg, I think I took 5 or 6 starts to start. It was only one of the only legs I didn't really start. Now I'm 2-0 down.
I think that was the only leg of the day where you didn't start on the first turn.
I had one against Neil Duff that I didn't start on the first turn. But yeah, I think that was the only 2. But no, Lisa played well then. Unlucky I come back.
Where's you in terms of your game? Obviously, we saw you go to Q School, didn't get the card that obviously you would have wanted and maybe expected to have got. But where's 2024? Where's the journey for you this year?
I mean, because I did well at the Challenge Tour after Q School, I've got best of both worlds because I really enjoy playing down here. I've played down here, played all the Pro Tours so far. I'm in the UK Open next weekend. I've almost got the best of both worlds. But obviously, I do want to finish in that top 2 in the Challenge Tour.
But you didn't seem to sort of wallow in self-pity because you were one of the short favourites to get a card, and we have seen it before where it hasn't quite worked out and the player's taken time to almost recover from it. You seem to have bounced back straight away and have a real level-headed approach.
Yeah, with this game, every week's different. Well, every game's different, let alone every week. I played steady at Q School, not as well as I'd hoped to, but yeah, every week's different. I thought, make sure you don't define Q School, just bounce back at the Challenge Tour.
We'll have another little chat with you in just a second. Just want to get your take on Kevin Painter today, Chris, because compare it to what was happening on Monday and Tuesday, he's a completely different player.
Shows you how important confidence and momentum is in our sport. You know, if he'd have gone through the whole of Tuesday, he would have feared the worst, but he reeled off 4 on the spin after losing 8 on the spin, and he came in today a different player. Darryl will tell you about having that reset mentality. When you get a chance to go again, you've just got to grab that opportunity with both hands, and he's done that today. And listen, he's right in the mix, and he'll fancy it tomorrow. He's gonna be dangerous. I'm not quite sure he'll catch Darryl at the top of the table, but he's in the mix for P2.
Well, for yourself, Darryl, top of the table overnight, going into tomorrow. You've had so much success here in the past. You've won weeks. You've made it through to Champions Weeks. How much would lifting this standalone title compared to other things you've achieved in this building?
Yeah, it'll be really good because it's the first time ever. So you're always good to be the first for anything. So yeah, I'd really like to.
not that Conan will remind us about that later at all.
Well, we'll see him a bit later. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, Dale, for popping up and seeing us. I'll see you a little bit later on, Mace. Right, it's been quite the afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We're back 10 o'clock this evening on the Super Series YouTube channel for the beginning of Group B, where we've got 2 real stars in action. Conan Whitehead and Connor Scott really are going to excite us. But as far as Group C is concerned this afternoon, well, Mr. P was the man to beat. We'll see you tomorrow.